Wear your badges at all times for the safety and security of everyone here. If you lose your badge, please head to the registration desk in the lobby where we can print you a new one, and also keep your personal belongings with you at all times. Now, to kick off day 2, I'm very excited to introduce our next session, and our first session of the day, an editorial interview conducted under the Reuters Trust Principles of Integrity, Independence, and Freedom from Bias. Please welcome to the stage Alice Shang, the Global Head of AI Ethics for Sony, and Dawn Chmielewski, the Reuters correspondent.
Hi, Alice. Thanks so much for joining us this morning.
Yeah, thanks so much for having me today.
Well, listen, I was hoping that we could begin our discussion by talking about Sony's involvement in AI technology. I know folks in the room probably know Sony from its legacy Walkman or its PlayStation, or some of the wonderful movies that are produced out of Culver City. So talk to me about how Sony is engaged around this issue.
Yeah, great question. So Sony is a major technology and entertainment company, and so we have a very we have a very large electronics business unit and also entertainment business units, including PlayStation, Sony Pictures, and Sony Music. And so increasingly, as technology is developing in this space, and in particular with the rise of AI technologies, we're seeing that AI is showing up in all sorts of different areas, everything from computer vision that might be used in robotics, for CGI for movies, and image generation in video games, to speech language technologies as well, and all sorts of other novel AI technologies. And so with this, we are seeing a growing need as well to think about how do we develop and deploy these technologies in a way that is responsible, and hopefully we can have our cake and eat it too, in terms of having all of these really great, exciting technologies that can help augment and enable human creativity while also mitigating any potential harms with the use of such technologies.
Well, Sony, perhaps a year or more ago, formed an AI ethics committee to do a survey of its products to try to identify ethical issues. Can you talk about the composition of the committee, why it was formed, and what issues you were looking for as you conducted this sort of survey?
Yeah, great question. So a key part of AI ethics is actual governance. And so as part of that, we first created our AI ethics steering committee, which is comprised of senior executive leaders across the company representing a variety of legal, technical, and other viewpoints that are quite important when deliberating on high-stakes AI use cases. We also created the AI Ethics Office, which I lead, and that's the department that on a day-by-day basis is working with our business units, conducting AI ethics assessments, identifying high versus low risk use cases, and mitigating any harms. And in these processes, in our AI ethics assessments, we are evaluating AI technologies on a wide variety of dimensions. So we start in terms of the data that's being used in the technology, either from a training or evaluation standpoint, any data that's collected in the deployment context. And then we think about the particular use case, and given that no AI technology can be perfect, no AI technology can be 100% unbiased or transparent or accountable, where are the gaps there? So that's where we start looking at, if there are any harms or are any mistakes, what are the implications, and how do we try to mitigate any possible negative consequences?
Give us a sense of sort of the breadth and scope of this undertaking. I just don't have any sort of context. So what are we talking about in terms of number of products or issues that you're considering at any given point?
Yeah, so in our first year of our mandatory assessment process for our electronics products, we conducted over 100 assessments. So it is quite a significant volume, and basically for our electronics business units, they are tasked with identifying where AI technologies are showing up in their products, and then they go through this process with us, which starts with documentation, templates, checklists to help us better understand the technology and help them as well identify possible issues. And especially early on, there was a lot of education that went with that as well, and a bit of hand-holding in terms of how do we actually identify relevant issues. But especially now that we're kind of a couple years in, the business units themselves are also quite sophisticated in terms of identifying these risks, having staff members on hand that are more well-versed in AI ethics as well. So it's been really great to see that evolution.
Since AI is created by humans, naturally human biases will creep into the software and produce skewed results. So how do you go about sort of identifying bias in AI?
Yeah, that's a really great question, and something that's honestly still quite challenging, not just for us as a company, but in terms of the entire field. So I think oftentimes people assume that because bias is now something that folks have been talking about in the AI context for at least 5 years, and is one of the major issues that people think about in AI ethics, that we somehow have solved this problem, or it's not really an issue anymore. And the truth,
just like in humanity, we've solved that problem.
Yeah, exactly. We're still, it's a problem that fractals out. There's really, never going to be 100% solution, but we're still, I would say, kind of in the early stages. And indeed, part of my role is not only leading our compliance arm for AI ethics, but also our research lab. And a major focus there is on issues of algorithmic fairness/bias. And part of that's because even though this is now a well-documented problem kind of in the industry as a whole, there still aren't enough solutions for practitioners to be able to deal with this in many cases. So just as an example of this, let's just start with something very simple, like any sort of computer vision model you have that is going to involve humans. You need to think about the training data that you're using, and is it sufficiently diverse and representative? In an ideal world, basically every single type of person would be represented in that, and ideally in a fairly balanced way, so it's not skewed. But of course, it's impossible to have a training set that's quite like that, and maybe in certain ways not desirable from a privacy perspective. So how do you deal with that given those limitations? We have similar issues with speech. So ideally, every single accent and demographic might be represented in those data sets. But similarly, that's not really the present reality, and likely will never be. So how do we address the fact that we want our technologies to work as well as possible for everyone, but we also want to respect privacy issues when it comes with data collection?
So it sounds like such a nuanced and sensitive issue. And as you said, like there's no off-the-shelf data set that's pristine and devoid of bias. So what is the process for rooting out kind of these biases that can creep into either language programs or other algorithms? How do you go about identifying the bias?
Yeah, great question. So there's a few different ways. So of course, in terms of, it's really helpful for us to understand the training data to help issue spot this. So for example, if your training data is completely from people in one country, then of course that's going to lead to certain biases, and we can anticipate that your model might not work as well for people in other countries. Ideally, we would want to test that as well by having data from people in those other countries as well to be able to see that. That might or might not be possible depending on the nature of the product and how specific the data is. But those are some of the starting points. And then we could also look at aspects of thinking about what the model was optimized to do. Is that going to introduce any biases? What kind of people were involved in the process of testing out the model? Since usually in terms of evaluating the accuracy, you're going to have some sort of evaluation set, and that's not going to be completely globally diverse either. So those are some of the areas we would look at in terms of possible blind spots that the developers might not have considered.
You mentioned earlier that there are privacy implications that are sort of baked in as you try to make sure that you have a data set that's representative of a broader population. How do you contend with the question of privacy and yet the need to make sure that people aren't misidentified or go over, or not identified at all? So can you talk through that sort of tension that exists?
Yeah, that's a great point. And it's something I think oftentimes folks don't realize is, one of the biggest challenges of AI ethics is not just for each ethical principle trying to optimize for that, but the challenges in practice, ethics in AI, similar to ethics in other domains, is also a very complex balancing act. If you go too far in one direction, you're likely going to start sacrificing other principles. And so, in this case, if you want to have, the most diverse, most representative, most complete data set possible, then you would ideally want to basically be collecting a ton of data in the deployment context. And that immediately runs into a ton of privacy considerations. And so, especially given that privacy laws are quite robust in certain jurisdictions, it's extremely important to take that as the first step with any data collection process to make sure that it is respecting privacy, that folks are appropriately consenting to their data being used. Increasingly, there's also IP considerations as well with any sort of data collection efforts. So you start there. You also start thinking about these questions of representativeness and fairness as well, and then also layer on additional considerations like the transparency of the data collection process, how it's documented, how it's shared, accountability. So if people want to remove their data, how does that get handled? So these are all some of the things that we would try to look at and try to work with folks to address.
So as a company with its own breadth of IP, you've got a movie studio, you've got a television studio, you have a games division that produces its own original IP that is adapted to delightful shows on HBO. How do you deal with the issue of respecting copyright when you're trying to train large language models on perhaps the highest form, highest literary forms? So how has Sony struck the balance? Because it certainly has an interest in protecting copyright and yet also an interest in having well-developed AI.
I'd say it's an area where we have to be very careful in terms of how we tread around this kind of development, precisely because of those sorts of interests. And I think it creates we're sort of in an interesting space when we look at this broader movement towards generative AI, because on the one hand, we have a lot of artists who are very excited about these sorts of technologies, want to use them to augment their creativity. And so from that standpoint, we can't just oppose these sorts of AI technologies. But on the other standpoint, of course, a lot of the ones that are currently on the market might or might not have been developed with appropriate copyright considerations. And so I think it does put onus on us as a company to be quite careful as we're operating in this space, because we have this very close relationship with content creators and artists, and that has to inform any of our development.
Has Sony evolved any policies? Because certainly IP owners, like Getty Images, for instance, is asserting its copyright in the use of its images and composite sort of AI images that have been generated by the technology. How has Sony resolved this question? And has it found a mechanism for paying copyright owners for the use of its work? I mean, where has Sony come down on this issue, since it's such a sensitive one for Sony and for the industry?
So I would say, this area is, very much evolving, and so I wouldn't say that we've, completely solved it. But and I don't think anyone has, completely solved it. And I think it's going to take many years to see, both on the regulatory front and also in terms of companies, how they will address these problems. I would say from an AI ethics perspective, whenever we are looking at any sort of technology development, we need to assess these different aspects and try to increase awareness of these sorts of issues, and also develop internal policies accordingly to ensure that as much as possible, we're ensuring that folks are respecting these considerations, either when they're using these technologies developed by other folks or when they're developing it.
Sounds good. I wanted to talk about one particular application of Sony's technology. I happen to love Aibo, Sony's robotic dog. And Sony was conducting some experiments with putting this creature into elder care facilities to sort of interact with the residents and to help maintain their cognitive health. I was wondering, without betraying the confidentiality of your business groups. What sorts of ethical considerations are you looking at in that sort of an implementation where you have a robotic and artificially intelligent entity being sort of interacting with humans in that sort of a setting? What are the considerations and how are you addressing those?
Yeah, great question. So I can't, for confidentiality reasons, as you cite, I can't say specifically for that particular use case, but kind of broadly, for say, embodied AI systems like this, things we would be looking at include questions of AI safety. So anytime you have a robotics entity that's interacting in the real world, we have to consider aspects like how is it going to avoid, bumping into either people or objects and creating harm or damage that way. For a lot of systems, computer vision is a key part of that. So object detection, human detection, things like that. So we'd be evaluating those models and looking at the training data for those models, the evaluation results for those models. So that would be, for example, one starting point there. For some of these technologies, they also have voice recognition features, so we'd be doing a similar analysis with those aspects. And then in terms of the particular deployment context as well, if it's interacting with particularly vulnerable individuals, then we'd look carefully at what are the mechanisms in place in terms of communicating the capabilities of the technology to the individuals, addressing that there's always going to be unforeseen consequences, so you need to have some escalation and accountability mechanisms built in place to preserve trust for people in this product. So what are those mechanisms that the business unit has in place? And so those would be some of the aspects that we'd look into to try to do a bit of a bespoke analysis.
Are there privacy implications? I mean, so you're in a medical setting, I presume that there's sort of the assumption of personal privacy. So how do you bake that into such an environment?
Yeah, great question. So it depends a little bit on what the technology is doing in terms of, is it actually ingesting data in deployment? If so, where is that data going? So for many of our technologies, for example, we do leverage our IMAX 500 image sensor, and one unique property of that is it is able to process ML models on the chip itself, and so that alleviates some privacy concerns in that it's not, for example, sending that data back to the cloud. If it's just being processed on the chip, that reduces privacy risks compared to if the company is actually receiving that sort of data. We also look at what kind of communication would there be with people who are having their data collected. Is there any mechanism for them to remove that data? Those would be some of the considerations there.
Thank you. And with the minute we have left, and perhaps not adequate time, it seems that the regulatory environment is still evolving, with the EU taking a lead and trying to impose some certain regulations around the use of the technology. How does a company like Sony navigate an unclear and perhaps contradictory regulatory environment?
Yeah, it's quite challenging. I would say that on the one hand, having regulators start to step into this space will hopefully in the long term provide a little bit more clarity in terms of what is needed from an AI ethics assessment process. Of course, even looking at the EU, there's been constant changes in that legislation and a lot of open questions right now in terms of how that will actually be implemented. And I would say, at least for us, one motivation for having our AI ethics assessment process and having our AI ethics office and governance system is to kind of get ahead of the curve, because of course there's going to be differences at the end of the day in terms of where the lines are drawn in the sand, what the templates or documentation look like. But getting our business units in the habit of thinking about this, escalating issues, the major issues are going to be the same when we think about things like privacy, safety, fairness, transparency, accountability. So getting that process started, I think, is going to be a key aspect for any sort of compliance down the road.
Right. Thank you so much, Alice. I appreciate your time.
Thanks so much, Don.
Take care.
Thank you, Alice and Dawn. Such an important topic to kick off the day. Next up, we have a highly anticipated session. Earlier this year, in March 22, the Future of Life Institute published an open letter calling for AI labs to immediately pause the training of AI systems more powerful than ChatGPT-4 for at least 6 months. Here to update us on its progress and discuss how we can mitigate the threats of AI on our society is the Director of Future of Life Institute, Anthony Aguirre, alongside Reuters correspondent Sheila Dang.
Hi, everyone. Thanks so much for being here. My name is Sheila. I am a reporter with Reuters on our tech team. And I'm joined by Anthony, who's a professor of physics at UC Santa Cruz and the founder and executive director of the Future of Life Institute. And we're here to have a conversation about a very simple topic, which is how do we prevent AI from harming humans and mankind? So Anthony, the name of the Institute says a lot, but tell us a bit more about Future of Life's mission.
Yeah, so we've been around for coming on 10 years now, and our mission is broadly to think about these transformative technologies, especially AI, but other ones as well, and what can we do to make that transition go as well as possible for humanity, away from extreme large-scale risks and towards benefiting life and humanity as much as possible. Mm-hmm. So a little bit grandiose, but my background is in cosmology and astrophysics, so this is still small scale for me.
Yeah, you're used to thinking about these big topics. So Future of Life focuses on 4 major risk areas, which is artificial intelligence, biotechnology, climate change, and nuclear weapons. So talk to us about those 4 areas you focus on, and I'm curious whether you think artificial intelligence is becoming threat number 1.
Yeah, I think our focus started out sort of heavily on AI and has become even more so over time. We do think a lot about nuclear, a little bit about bio and climate change, but mostly where they intersect with AI, because it's just the speed with which AI is advancing and the effect that it's having not just on all of society, but on those other potential risks, I think is very large. So case in point, we've thought a lot about AI plus military, so AI plus weaponry. We've sort of sounded the alarm a bit on the possibility of large drone swarms that constitute a new weapon of mass destruction that the world really doesn't need, we think. We've got enough of those. And we've lately been thinking about an old weapon of mass destruction, nuclear, and it seems like the most obvious thing in the world not to put AI into nuclear command and control. And indeed, people, the National Security Commission on AI recommended we not do that. The P3 signed a statement saying we should not do that. That doesn't mean we won't do that, because we do a lot of unwise things. So we have a piece coming out later this week that will talk about sort of the things that can go wrong when you put AI into too much and over-delegate, and so the various other risks that AI has in general, if we're not careful with it, put into nuclear command and control and conventional command and control. So it's a bit of a harrowing ride, but I think it's really important that we just set a very basic baseline, like an insanity threshold that we're not going to go below, and then try to raise that of not putting AI in command and control for nuclear weapons.
And so that's obviously a really scary prospect, the idea of AI being infused with nuclear weapons. How do you begin to make people consider this threat and illustrate what that, horrifying future looks like?
So yeah, that's actually been something we've worked hard on over the years, is to bring things like media pieces or and based on research, products that really take the science seriously and ask technologists, where is this, where is it going, and try to get that right and try to get a real understanding of those things into something that people can see and understand and feel viscerally. So that's what we tried to do with the autonomous weapons pieces. That's what we're trying to do here. And but keep it, we're sort of founded by scientists. We have a very scientific worldview, and I think our view is that these things have to be led from a place of kind of expertise and thought. And so we really try to get things right as much as we can. Don't always totally succeed, but try.
And so throughout yesterday's sessions, some of the panelists mentioned some of the risks that they see with AI. For example, biases that might be baked into these AI models. And your role is to think really big about the major existential threats that might come from AI. How do you feel we should balance these several concerns and questions that we have about the development of AI?
Yeah, I think these are very, very connected. So I think there are significant harms and risks that AI has now and has been having for years now in terms of fairness and justice and bias and concentration of power and things. So we're worried about those. We're worried about it in weaponry. And so we are worried about those. And we see that the risks that AI has and the harms that it potentially does now are just going to scale with its power and with its getting rolled out into more parts of society. So I think those are very important. And there are going to be additional risks as AI gets more powerful and more general. And we've had a little bit more of a focus on those risks. But I think they're very much part of the same continuum. A lot of the same things that cause the problems now, like take polarization of our society that's caused by two simple social media algorithms that kind of push us towards polarization in order to maximize one thing, which is engagement. That's the sort of oversimplified goal of an AI system that leads to unanticipated, unpleasant side effects that is the same sort of thing that we're worried about in the longer term with more powerful systems and larger scale, even than social media potentially. So I think it's all a continuum, but I do think there's a turning point that we're at now with the new generation of general purpose AI systems that I think is causing a lot more concern amongst AI experts and is sort of what led to the open letter.
And speaking of that open letter, you made a lot of headlines in March calling for this 6-month pause on powerful AI systems. We're about 4 months after that letter. How do you look back at the impact of that letter? And it obviously sparked a lot of conversation. So what do you think the full impact has been so far?
Yeah, it's been very interesting to see. So unfortunately, a sternly worded letter was not enough to have the companies actually just stop their development of these systems. So if anything, I think the race has just continued and accelerated, if anything. Not because of the letter, I think, but just because that's the dynamic. I think what has been really interesting to see, though, has been the reaction to it. It's the level of reaction and the positivity I perceive to the idea of pausing. We had no idea how this letter would be received when we did it. And I think we saw a poll relatively soon after the letter that like 69% of the public was in favor of a pause and 13% was against, and that was robust to different ways of asking the question and so on. There was a Reuters poll that I think said 61% of the public thought that AI was a risk to civilization. I mean, these are big numbers. The public is really worried about this, and the experts are really worried about this. And I think that worry was kind of under the surface a lot before the letter and has sort of been given a voice. So I think it's really played out in the media and in policymakers. So I think the policymakers are really taking the issue seriously now in a way that we've been talking about this for years, but with very little effect on policymakers. They had other priorities. But I think now they see that this is the time they have to do something very significant. And so it's been really heartening to see, I would say, the world take the issue with the seriousness that it deserves. I was honestly a little bit worried that it would just get ignored, like it many times has. But it hasn't been, and I think that's really good.
Mm-hmm. And what do you think comes next after this letter in terms of maybe potentially more collective action? What do you think comes next, short term and long term?
Yeah, I think there are questions for us as an institute, but mainly for the world. I think the world has to figure out a plan in terms of how to deal with this major change in our civilization, honestly. I think there are some things that should happen. I think, for example, the EU AI Act hopefully will get passed and at full strength, including talking about general purpose AI systems. I think, the Europeans have not been ignoring the issue for the last few years. They've put a lot of work into this legislation, which is not imperfect, and we've been telling them a lot of ways in which it's imperfect, but I think is a big net positive. So I'm hopeful that that will pass, and I hope that some of the aspects of that will be imported into other, U.S. and other legislations. For example, the bot or not provision that we heard about yesterday. Like, we should know when we're interacting with an AI system, even if it's photorealistic and can act just like a person. We have a right to know, I think. It's not a great world where everybody's confused as to what sort of being they're talking to. So lots of things like that I think will mitigate some of the risks. But then I think there's a whole bunch of work in how to properly get the benefits out of it. I mean, I think it's really interesting to be at this meeting because this is the group of people that's going to bring those benefits to society by building good and beneficial products out of AI. And they, there's a lot of work to be done in figuring out how to do that, how to not just make cool new things and powerful new things, but how to make them actually beneficial for people. So that's a lot of work in standards and in ethics and in regulation, I think. I think that's going to be important. So there's a ton of work that has to be done. And then I think there has to be a real taking seriously of the longer term implications and the speed with which this is advancing. I mean, I think there's, it's a little bit concerning. I get a little bit worried that we're solving today's problem, and today's problem is going to be relevant for 6 months or a year. The pace at which this technology is moving is so fast. That's why we called for the pause, in large part, because we simply are not going to be able to keep up with the advances in capability in terms of our ability to keep things, responsible and safe and beneficial for humanity. So I think we really need a pause. I think we also, even if we don't have a pause, we need the ability to pause. It's not even clear that we can stop if we want to. I mean, maybe if the US government right now told these AI companies stop making those models and asked them nicely, they wouldn't. But for how long? I think as they get more and more powerful, more and more built into bigger parts of society, it will become just as hard as turning off social media or turning off fossil fuels or things like that. It's so embedded that it's very difficult to turn off. Or turning off the S&P 500. You're not going to do that. So as it gets more and more powerful and just more and more part of everything, pushing pause will become very, very difficult. And I think we're going to want that ability to push pause if we decide to push pause, which I think we should do now, for the record. But even if you don't agree, I think most people would agree that we ought to have the capability as a society to put the brakes on these systems.
We have a few questions from the audience. But so the first one is, when we think about the future of life, quality of life, livelihood, and employment are critical. What do you see as positive opportunities for skill acquisition?
So I'm just going to be honest here, if that's okay. I think no amount of skill acquisition is going to solve the problem that if AI gets to a point where it can do almost all tasks as well or better than almost all humans, our skills are going to be irrelevant, frankly. So if we want to go there, if we decide as a society to build such systems and deploy them at scale, we're going to end up in a world where our skills are irrelevant. Now, that might be good in a sense, like all the work gets done by other things, and we just get to be on vacation. Vacation is only fun for a while, but I'm not sure that's a world that we're in control of. I'm not sure it's a world that we really want to be in. I think a lot of the meaning that we have in our life is as agents in the world that do things and have our skills be important. So this is part of the reason why I think we should think very, very carefully before we just keep running away with building these more and more powerful systems. I think there's a threshold of capability at which you're simply not going to be able to retrain for some other skill. we're not there yet. We're not there in the very near future, but it's hard for me to imagine that we aren't there in 10 years or 15 years or 20 years. And I think that's pretty much a consensus view at this point.
I want to go back to, we were talking earlier about this debate about whether AI can really have feelings. And so your role is to speak with policymakers and tech leaders about the threats that you see. What do you think are the biggest misconceptions that consumers, tech leaders, policymakers have about AI?
I would list a couple. I would say one is the idea that that there's the AI that we have now, like GPT-4 and things like that, and there's some totally different kind of AI that's going to be like, oh my God, now we've arrived at this other thing. And I'm pretty skeptical of that. I think we're going to see from what we have now things that become multimodal, that become better at planning, better at reasoning, better at all the things that they already do. And it's going to creep up on us that more and more skills are going to be built into those systems until we suddenly realize that, like, oh, these can do pretty much all the things that people can. Now, that doesn't mean that they're going to have feelings and emotions, and they're going to have a very different mentality and a very different intellect than people will have because they're developed very differently. But I would be surprised if there were some just sudden breakthrough, and then we had the magical AGI that could do everything and was totally different than the systems we have now. So I think we should think in terms of a continuum, not a phase change. I think another sort of misconception is that AI systems, although they don't have feelings at the same time that we have, that they don't have certain type of drives. So I think GPT-4 really doesn't have many drives other than to predict the next word and to kind of be helpful. And this is nice. Other AI systems, though, that are in training and people are developing have particular goals in mind, and they have drives that are important for achieving those goals. If you have an AI system that is built for achieving some objective, like one of the goals is playing Minecraft and getting the diamond in Minecraft. Those of you who have kids will know what this means. And you can't get the diamond in Minecraft if you're dead. So your AI agent will have to not be dead. It will have to have a survival drive in order to get the diamond. That doesn't mean anyone programmed it to have a survival drive or that it has some evolutionary instinct. Just you have to survive in order to achieve your goal. So there are lots of drive-like things, that is subsidiary goals, that AI systems can develop in pursuit of a larger goal. And I think we have to be very, very worried about those in those sorts of AI systems, because those goals can be things like self-preservation and resource acquisition and convincing people of things and things like that, which we don't really want AI systems to do most of those things. So that, I think, is a misconception that people often have.
And I like this next question, but looking back, is there anything that you would have changed with the letter calling for the 6-month pause?
It's an interesting question. I don't think so, actually. I mean, I think there may be minor changes in wording. I think we tried, but maybe didn't totally succeed in making it as sort of palatable to as wide an audience as we could. We tried hard to do that, but I think there are lots of different reactions, and some of them took exception to one thing, and some of them took exception to the other. So I don't know that I would change it very much. I feel pretty, I think in hindsight, we might have tried to get a few more people or groups on board beforehand. We kind of sprung it on everybody, and that had certain advantages and certain disadvantages. I think it, but no, I think broadly we would do the same thing relatively similarly over again, with maybe a little bit more outreach to certain groups of people who felt more slighted or more upset about the letter than others. But you can't please everybody, really. We're asking for something that's kind of controversial.
Mm-hmm. Let me ask, how do you respond to maybe some of the critics who said that the letter was fear-mongering or playing up doomsday scenarios with AI? What do you say to that?
Yeah, I mean, mongering means selling, and I don't think we're selling anything. We're just, I think we're really concerned, and I think most of the signatories of the letter are really concerned. I mean, I had like a perfectly good job thinking about the universe and researching physics that I would that I enjoy quite well. But the reason I'm doing this is because I'm really, really worried that this new technology is coming onto the stage that represents a turning point, frankly, in the history of life on Earth. It's fairly clear that that's happening. The godfathers of AI are all freaking out, other than one, maybe. And this, I think there's sort of no level of attention that is too great for the issue, frankly. I think we're all here because of AI, but this is a select audience, but everybody's going to be impacted. I mean, going to the earlier question, I keep running into people who talk about their kids and how their kids are asking them, what am I going to do 5 or 10 years from now when all the jobs are taken by AI? I don't know what to tell them. Nobody knows what to tell them, frankly. I don't want to lie to them and say that, oh, you'll just find the jobs that there still are, or that AI is going to create lots more jobs like every other technology before it. I don't believe that. And so I think we really, really have to pretty urgently take action and take this very seriously. And I think I think it's taking a risk very seriously, as we did nuclear weapons during the Cold War and still, is the first stage in dealing with them. And so I think we have to do that.
I think one of the questions was, what do you think about the risks with misinformation and AI versus nuclear weapons and AI? Do you feel that one is more immediate than the other? How do you weigh those risks?
They're both super real. I mean, I, like many others, are dreading the next election in the US because misinformation is going to be everywhere. It was in the last one, and it's just going to be super powered now. I also think they're connected. So the scenario that we play out in the film that's going to come out later this week, misinformation is a big role because the various sides are purposely sending misinformation. In an adversarial context, you want to misinform your opponent. Nobody knows what's going on. Everybody's misinformed. Nobody knows what's real and what's fake. And this is the way that conflicts can easily escalate way beyond control. So I think it's a huge problem. I think there's also an opportunity in that I think there's no reason we can't have a news and epistemic system that works really, really well and that is AI powered. I think you all should build that. I would love to see that. There's no reason we have to have AI be a negative thing and totally confusing and not know what's real. There's all sorts of ways to leverage its power to make a system where we can really trust what we read. And when we read an article, find out where that information came from, trace it all the way back to the camera that took the picture that is signed on the blockchain, that sort of thing. We could do that, and that would be empowering us with AI rather than having it pollute everything, and I hope we will.
I think that's a great positive note to end on, but thank you so much, Anthony, for being here.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you to the Future of Life Institute for coming on to the event, and thank you, Sheila, for moderating that fantastic session. Next up, we have a session on the AI frontier. We're talking about navigating emerging technology while building for the future. Please welcome to the stage the Chief AI Officer for eBay and the founder of Wonder Women Tech.
All right, thank you. Good morning. So I'm excited to sit with you, Nitsan.
Likewise.
You are the first Chief AI Officer for eBay. So can you let us know, what led to that decision?
So yeah, it's interesting. I think prior to me joining eBay about 2 years ago, they had a chief scientist, as a lot of companies have. And while it sounds very, very smart position and very interesting, it did make it, and it does make it for many companies, very hard to accomplish very much, because the science on its own can help you prototype and do R&D, but to get it out in front of customers requires usually quite a bit of work on the engineering side and on the product development side. That's why eBay made the decision to create a chief AI officer role that pulls together not just the science, but also the AI engineering and the AI product development, and look at it cohesively end to end.
Yeah, so you guys were kind of like early entry in the AI, space. So how do you guys actually utilize that in the eBay platform?
So we've been using AI in its various forms for many years. Not surprisingly, in the past several years, a lot of our focus has been on transitioning to deep learning, to real-time model inference, et cetera. We really have AI infused throughout, but I can speak to a few key focus areas. The first one being on really transforming the selling flow, the way in which sellers build their business in the marketplace, to help them essentially do it completely automatically and seamlessly, so it's incredibly frictionless, so they can grow their business very quickly. And then on the buyer side, as a marketplace, not surprisingly, a lot of our focus is on creating personalized, really engaging experiences that enable product discovery in a way that bridges the digital, physical, retail kind of divide.
I love that. So, what role does interdisciplinary collaboration play in navigating the AI space?
So I spoke about the sort of science engineering product within the AI space, and of course that's critical. And even though all of those teams are in the same organization, they speak very different languages, and themselves sometimes have challenges collaborating. Now you take it to the next level, where really I have to form a lot of partnerships with my peers across the company, various domain leaders like the head of selling, the head of buying, et cetera, as well as our local market leaders in Germany and UK and other global areas, to understand what the specific local customer demands are. It's amazing to me. I actually was not in e-commerce prior to eBay. eBay was my first gig in e-commerce. I've done AI my whole career, but this was my first e-commerce gig. And what amazed me is how different customers are between different segments, between different categories, and of course between different geographies. So getting deep into the interdisciplinary collaboration amongst the various functions that span all the different customer cohorts is really critical.
So how can, they work together to harness the full potential of AI, but avoid the pitfalls?
So I am, as much as it pains me to say, I wish I could say start with the technology and figure out the customer problem later, just because as a technologist it would make my life easier. But I do believe that it is true that the sort of common saying of start with the customer problem is very much true. I think what's interesting with AI, and especially generative AI and some of the new modalities that are real step change for people in terms of the experiences that they can provide. If you think of ChatGPT or other similar experiences, it's sort of a new type of challenge, because it can open up new business opportunities, new business models that companies didn't have the ability to do before. So I don't think it's just purely looking at the current customer base, the current business model and flows, and saying what are the current customer problems that we can solve with AI. It is bigger than that. It's actually thinking in the world at large, what are some real customer friction points, customer value propositions that we could provide that could also be quite different from the current business model.
So like in what ways can AI be leveraged to drive innovation in the business model, and what are some of the successes that you've led?
So I think probably my favorite success story at eBay, but also one of my top favorites in the past several years, is something we launched this year when foundation models, generative AI and foundation models really took off. We knew that we had an opportunity to democratize some of these capabilities to the broader employee population, developers, et cetera, non-AI employees, but we needed to have guardrails in place. We wanted to enable them to explore quickly and across every domain so we could find the real sweet spots of opportunities, but also we are committed to making sure that we do it responsibly, and these new modalities do pose new kinds of challenges when it comes to responsible use of AI. So we built this sandbox environment. We call it our generative AI sandbox. We'll come up with a catchier name, but for now, that's what we have. And what we did is have the built-in guardrails for detecting hallucination, attempting to measure it, having human in the loop for quantifying performance, et cetera. But then having all of the pre-built pipelines and APIs for the broader population to explore. We call it sandbox because there's a step before productionization. There's obviously more governance before putting it in front of customers, but it allowed us to go to essentially triple the number of people at eBay who are exploring the value of AI in their respective domains almost overnight as soon as we went live.
So, I mean, we are all in a sandbox now in this space, exploring
Yep.
R&D for sure. So how do you address like the ethical concerns of this technology?
Yeah, it's
The big sigh.
it's really interesting because I thought, when I wrapped up my previous role, I thought I had figured out most of what there was to figure out about ensuring responsible use of AI. And then generative model comes onto the scene, and there's really a lot of really interesting new considerations that hadn't really been discussed in the literature. As a researcher, it's fascinating, and I really enjoy the discussions and the challenges. But as a business leader, it does mean that we have to sometimes pump the brakes on certain products as we figure out what the right answer is. And no one, in a lot of these, for a lot of these questions, no one has yet had enough time to figure out the right answer. We're all in it together, which means we have to proceed with caution. To make it more practical, for example, the first product that we rolled out that leveraged a large language model, we really phased the rollout. It's been going on for a number of months, but the progression has been phased from actually a very narrow group of customers that do beta tests with us, and then broader and broader so that we can measure in the wild, so to speak, what the performance of these models are. And sometimes they get a little too creative, and so we have to rein that in. We're also very transparent with our customers about what's going on behind the scenes so that they help us, even now that it's deployed more at scale, they help us double check the information, make sure that it's correct. And when they make corrections, we have the feedback loop to further improve on the model.
So you're the first chief AI officer at eBay. What are you looking forward to in bringing to your role for the future?
So
I threw that one at you.
Yeah, we didn't talk about that one in advance. I think it sounds a little fuzzy, but it really is what drives me, which is closing that divide, as I said, between digital and physical retail. There's so many new ways of doing that, whether it's through assistance, through immersive 3D experiences, through prediction and forecasting in ways that a single customer could never do on their own because of their limited data. All of that, to me, is right at the edge of, I think, something that's going to be really big and really transformational. So that's what excites me. I think this is kind of the best time in history to be in this role, because a few years down the road, I think things will be more established. A few years back, we didn't have the computational power to do a lot of what we're doing right now. So this is a really good time.
So you get to pioneer in this space. And other
Exactly.
companies take note. You need a chief AI officer. But the passion comes through. Like as soon as you talk about it, your eyes lit up. So I'm excited to see that.
Well, yeah, I thought I had the most fun job. I just met a colleague from another company that now I think he has the most fun job, but
I'll be talking to him later.
second most fun job.
So, people are concerned about losing their jobs.
Yeah.
AI is going to take over, so they think. How do you feel that AI can actually support the work economy?
So, it's interesting because eBay, at the core of our mission, is to provide economic opportunity for everyone, from individuals selling their own things to small businesses to large enterprises. And so I'm acutely aware of the need to live that mission, and also internally in how we employ our own staff. So as I mentioned, the sandbox, there's additional opportunities like that we've been rolling out to upskill a relatively large proportion of our developer population. We're also running monthly, not exactly hackathons, but workshops, sort of 3-day workshops for engineers, product managers, designers, that we're enabling them with these tools to start creating new kinds of experiences that they couldn't do before. Even on the customer service side, myself and my team have actually gone out to the customer service centers, the call centers, where we employed a large number of agents. And we sit with them, we listen to how they triage the problems and the tools that they're using. And there's enormous opportunity for us to actually help them excel in their job with AI. So I think while there's a lot of change creates a lot of anxiety, it's very understandable. And things are moving really fast. I think even how I do my job seems to be changing daily. So it does mean that upskilling is necessary, that sometimes role transformation is necessary, but I'm seeing that there's more opportunities being created than being closed down.
So, with opportunity, as we talked about, we're at the forefront of AI, actually, and how it will impact. How do you feel, so for the future, those that are in the space, how do you feel people can create the greatest contribution
For
utilizing this technology?
For folks that are already in the space?
Yeah.
I think
People like you.
people like, there's no one like, no, I'm kidding.
You are one and only.
I think you're one and only. Honestly, I'm probably not. But seriously though, the best advice I could give is, well, I'll break it down into 3 parts to make it tactical. First is partner with engineering, data, other teams to build the foundation. We started that journey a number of years ago, even before I joined, and that I'm reaping the benefits of that with our own private cloud as well as a hybrid cloud strategy, which gives us access to hardware that a lot of companies now are struggling to get their hands on. You need that, essentially that computational power to be able to do a lot of these newer experiences. So investing in that foundation is critical. Secondly is the partnerships, as I mentioned. I think building those partnerships will help you understand, partnerships across the company, will help you understand what are things that customers actually want. For example, when we started with our magical listing flow, or sort of automating our seller listing flow, where you point your camera at something and it knows what it is and creates the listing, I had a very specific vision in mind of what that would look like. AI people tend to be arrogant. We try not to be, but we just think we know best. And I really thought...
You said that to the room.
Well, yeah, I can say. I thought I knew exactly what this thing should look like, and I stuck to my guns on it for a little while. But then the partnership helped me sort of take a step back and really understand, in fact, get pulled into conversations with customers. It helped me understand what they need. And it's not always what the technology can do. Like the dazzle effect shouldn't in itself be the goal. So taking a step back and really integrating the various point of views. The last thing I'd say is to think big. I think this is a really unique point in time where we can wow customers with things that they really haven't seen before. I would rather do one big transformational thing than 10 small incremental things. You need to build with milestones along the way. I think we all know that and have probably been burnt by not doing that. But still, the end product should be something that is big and transformational.
I love that. Thank you so much for showing up and being present with me.
Absolutely.
I don't know if we have questions. We have 2 minutes. But does anyone have a question that they'd like to ask? We have shy people in the audience.
I know. Please don't do this to me. Otherwise, we're sitting here for a minute and 45 seconds in silence. So.
Well, I appreciate this conversation, and
it seems.
Oh, we have a.
What should Congress do to regulate AI?
That's a big question.
This the simple question for the end. I'm actually, similar to some others, I'm in favor of Congress creating some regulations, particularly in the high-risk areas. We're seeing regulations coming out of Europe that I think are a good starting point that Congress could look at and see how it best applies in the US context. I think we need to continue to enable innovation, but right now, the ethical use of AI is something that every company is left to figuring out on its own, which is challenging. It's challenging because everyone is worried about how far the other company will push. And it's challenging because it's a really challenging problem, and there isn't quite a good infrastructure right now for all of us to collaborate on figuring out what the right answers are. So I think more regulations in the AI space would help with that.
I agree, because I'm very passionate about that ethical use of AI. So is eBay planning on releasing any exciting AI-powered interface?
Yeah, so I mentioned the sort of magical listing flow that's actually already out in beta. If you try to sell something on eBay, you may be in that A/B test where a lot of the flow is automated. We also are rolling out more immersive 3D experiences later this year, where the kinds of technologies that were only possible with a professional rig and more of a B2C type of setup will now be put into the hands of just every consumer with their phone. So we're excited about that as well.
Well, I am excited. Thank you so much, Nissan, for being here, and we got through our hour and 45 minutes together.
Thank you very much. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
All right, I just realized I don't have my microphone on, so I'm going to yell. Lisa May, Nissan, thank you very much for that interesting conversation. And next, we're going to have a really, really good conversation focusing on what we call the inconvenient truth, right? So what is the net zero implications or lack of net zero implications for using this technology that we're all here to talk about in AI? And to do that, we're going to have a panel moderated by Joe Merrill from Sputnik ATX, as well as Brian Goodman from Ford, the director of AI, and Jen, gosh, I'm going to butcher your middle name, so I'm going to go with Heffensler. I butchered that. I'm sorry, Jen, from Intel. So if you all would come up now, we could get this panel going. Maybe? Oh, there they are. All right, Jen wasn't even in a room to hear me butcher her name, so it's all good. I didn't butcher your name, Jen. I got it all right. So I already introduced you guys, so if you wanted to come up, you could. So yeah, so we have Jen. I'm sorry, I couldn't pronounce your last name. All right, and so yeah, so the stairs are right over here. Sorry, I got ahead of myself there.
Does this work?
Sure. All right. Well, welcome everybody. We're really pleased today to come and to have Jen Huffstetler and Brian Goodman from Intel and Ford. We're going to be talking a little bit about AI innovation versus net zero, right? And kind of the ESG components of AI. Obviously, things like crypto have given high computational demanding tasks a bad reputation from an environmental perspective. And we're going to be addressing this and how your companies have been tackling that. And of course, there's opportunity for people to put their questions up, and we're going to have time at the end for questions. Please keep your questions going because both of these companies are kind of leaders in this area of trying to manage this. And this is kind of a unique opportunity to do this. So first off, let me start just by, AI has the opportunity to revolutionize everything. Why not climate, right? And with those costs, it goes both ways. So what are the primary challenges that you see thus far with the environmental impact of AI? And maybe we'll start with Jen, and then we'll come over to Brian.
Yeah, thanks for the time. Happy to be here today to share a little bit. As AI is transforming everything that we do, it is coming with some costs, right? And at Intel, we've long been looking after compute performance as well as environmental stewardship. So you start to look at what are the environmental costs of this ever-growing set of AI capabilities. And you look at the topic du jour, ChatGPT. That alone consumes 1.28 gigawatt hours to train that model. And just to put that in perspective, that is the equivalent of powering 120 homes for a year, or the equivalent of 550 trips back and forth from New York to San Francisco. And so, I think one of the things we're going to start to see is that one size doesn't fit all. And we'll talk about that a little bit later. But the energy consumption of these new models is something that we need to really be mindful of and to think about how are we going to focus on reducing the energy consumption, optimizing the use of the hardware, so optimizing the models. So we start to look at AI digital optimization. How do you optimize the models in a way that they're more efficient at doing the task? Dr. Ma talked yesterday about precision. Where do you need the highest precision versus where is it okay to go with something less? Those come at very different energy costs. And then the last piece is around software optimization. How do you really take advantage of the whole suite of tools, from the platform level all the way up through the frameworks and the application level to ensure that you're really getting the most out of the hardware that's been deployed for your particular application.
Now, could I go a little further and ask you for some examples maybe of some of these challenges specifically at Intel, and maybe which ones have kind of been the hardest maybe?
The challenges in terms of deploying AI specifically?
Yeah, and how, from an environmental perspective, what things have you had to wrestle with?
Yeah, well, so Intel is both a manufacturing company as well as a hardware design. So really pretty unique in that regard these days. So a lot of our environmental focus to date has been around our manufacturing. And how do you really, semiconductor manufacturing can be energy intensive, water intensive as well. And how do you really look holistically at that factory system to ensure that you're reducing energy within energy consumption within the factory. A lot of people think sustainability projects cost money, but we've found them to proven to save money. So when you're focusing on reducing energy consumption, when energy costs globally are going up 2x, reported by IEA in the last 5 years, you're saving money at the same time as you're reducing your impact on the planet. Other areas that we look at deploying technology to address these challenges is in our overall manufacturing, so defects. So if you can reduce the number of defects, you're going to reduce basically the impact. You'll get more good product out when you're deploying AI for defect detection.
Right. On AI utilization itself, are you finding that there are particular ESG challenges outside of energy? And what would be the biggest one outside of power consumption?
Yeah. Certainly, energy is a big one, and moving to renewable electricity has been a decades-long journey that we've been on. We're all the way at 93% globally in our manufacturing electricity, and that's pretty unique for a semiconductor company. Beyond the energy consumption and getting to that renewable electricity to lower your carbon footprint, we also look at the water consumption. And so something that we've been working on for many years, and we actually just received an award yesterday for our campus in Arizona, is from the Alliance for Water Stewardship. We are working to get to net positive water. So really being mindful, and especially if you have a factory that consumes water or it has that energy, right? Energy itself uses a lot of water. Putting projects in place for water reclamation. And what net positive water means is that you're putting more back into the local environment and the communities within which you operate than you're taking out.
Right.
And we've already achieved that in the US, in India, and we're on our way to deliver that by 2030 globally. So I really think about energy and water as like the two biggest.
The biggest ones for you. It's kind of interesting because I think when people think about AI, they don't think about what's in the sausage, right? And a lot of times they just think about the software. And we think about the people who make the software, but there's hardware that is, powering the machine. And it sounds like the energy and the water are the two biggest factors that you guys are looking at that are going to be consumed a lot more of as AI grows, flourishes, demands more computing power.
Yep, and that would go across the entire value chain.
Yep.
From your supply chain. So how do you get renewable electricity everywhere? And all the way out for the data center is largely where these racks are being deployed, the AI systems and solutions. And how do you put innovative new solutions to lower not only the energy consumption, but a data center can consume 1.1 million gallons of water a day for a 100 megawatt data center. You just don't even think about that.
And so it's not just the manufacturing, it's that when they're being used,
Even when
what
they're being
resources
used.
are they consumed?
That's right, and
heat
how do you reduce that?
reduction, and all of that. So you have to think about how your chips then affect your clients and their footprint as they operate.
That's absolutely correct, and that's part of the role that I play, is how can we help to use our technology or our reach across the industry and the ecosystems to lower the footprint of all the vertical industries around the planet. And so, talking even about those data centers, you can get newer technologies like liquid cooling, and that can reduce or eliminate your water consumption. It lowers your energy cost, and it even, you started to touch upon it, can provide heat reuse. And Joe and I were talking about other places where data centers could be built. You can envision in colder climates, in the Nordics, for example, they then use that heat to put it back into district heating. So you really start to think about the energy consumption, the heat generation, the water consumption, and how do you give back to that environment? How do you have a closed ecosystem for those resources?
So Brian, very different industry. What are then, for you, the challenges with the environmental impact of AI as you see them from Ford?
Sure. Well, as we use more and more AI every day, we recognize the same challenges that we're using more and more compute, and both in our data centers and in our vehicles. and that, of course, does consume significant resources. However, we strive, and I share your optimism, that I think we're making great advances in efficiency, and I'm extremely optimistic about what lies in the near future in that regard. We have put in place, I think, very efficient data center processing, closed loop liquid cooling, like Jen just mentioned. And in fact, we're actually seeing a reduction overall in combining the efficiencies with better algorithms.
Right.
Compared to what we used to do a few years ago with things like virtual crash testing and virtual wind tunnel computation, we're down about 10x.
Wow.
On the compute efficiency, even though we're running a lot more.
Right.
So I think we can even improve a lot from here using AI.
Wow. Listening to both of you, it's kind, whenever new technology is introduced, there is this, this technological rate at which it is applied, refined, and improved, in which it makes everything more efficient, by definition, right? Doing more with less is kind of like what technology at its core is. And if I'm listening to both of you, you're saying, yeah, our challenges, we're already beginning to see the benefits of AI very early in the adoption, where the benefits are almost more immediate maybe than some technologies in the past. And so maybe could you talk a little bit about how maybe the benefit of AI is already beginning to be worth the price? And maybe this time we'll start with you.
Sure. Yeah, I'm happy to talk about this. So one of the things that we're really focused on these days is the transition to electric vehicles.
Right.
And how do we make them more efficient? We know that there can be very high environmental costs to things like manufacturing batteries.
Right.
So just scaling up and adding ever larger and larger batteries is not the right solution.
Yep.
We don't think.
Yep.
So we're actually applying AI to both design better and more efficient batteries.
Wow.
And to the virtual wind tunnel testing or the aerodynamic designs. We've recently had some breakthroughs where we can run computational fluid dynamics at about 100 times faster using neural networks than using traditional physics methods.
So we're not talking about incremental improvements in environmental outputs. We're talking about like logarithmic explosive growth improvements in environmental consumption and demands that you're already seeing.
Yes, or on the verge of implementing.
On the verge of implementing. Okay, so I know you probably can't talk about that, right? This isn't like the product reveal for Ford, but
exactly.
But that's super cool. That's super cool. Now, you have this also where there's impacts to the people who are buying the vehicles, like Jen has discussed, like how they use it. But then also with your supply chain and manufacturing. Could you talk a little bit about both of those?
Yes, I think AI plays an important role in improving the resilience of supply chains. We talked a little bit earlier amongst the three of us about how AI can help to monitor supply chains for various ESG important issues.
Right. And then what impact does that have on the supply chain? Like, what are you seeing already where there's an AI dividend, so to speak, that's more than its consumption cost, if you will?
Do you want to start?
Well, I think, yeah, just to expand upon the social impact that you were talking about with regards to responsible supply chains, human trafficking, child labor, how are you able to track and monitor that? And a lot of companies today and solution providers are using AI in order to monitor and provide that. And that becomes critical in your overall ESG goals, reporting, and ensuring you have a responsible supply chain. I think it also provides in the resilience in terms of looking at the logistics and the planning. So I think we're seeing AI deployed a lot across supply chains to ensure that you're reducing waste, reducing the duration of whether it's the transport, et cetera, and having just the right materials in time in terms of forecasting and planning.
So you're finding the resource demands of AI are rather de minimis compared to the benefits that you're both seeing, both in your supply chain and the impact on product usage over time?
Yeah, I think for sure. And you're, as it relates to business outcomes as well, right? How are, you can deploy these techniques, and they don't have to, they can be used on your ubiquitous, CPUs that are deployed everywhere. Everything doesn't have to, be the largest model, right? Consuming the most energy. And really, when you look at your own enterprise and the problems you're trying to solve, how, you can, just with the CPUs that exist today, there's built-in accelerators for AI already. There's frameworks that enable you to, take advantage of those right off the shelf. You can have one code line of change, and to get a 10x up to 90x, depending on which part of the model prep and running that you're looking at. It's all there, it's available, and I'll just give a couple of customer examples about how they're using this, right, in their businesses. We have customers like SK Telecom. This is, a large telecom supporting all of Korea, right, Southern Korea Telecom, and 75 million users. When they deploy AI on their, existing network traffic, looking at the patterns, they're able to modulate the platform energy consumption to match when the peak demand occurs. And so if you're not going to have peak demand, you can idle servers, you can shut down components within the server, and that's helping them to modulate and match their demand and reduce their costs. So they're lowering their footprint and they're reducing their costs.
Given the high degree of integration you have with hardware companies, are you finding that AI helps you also coordinate with them? Does that make sense? Because it seems like a lot of this optimization really has to be built into the chips themselves to optimize those processes.
Yeah, I would say that AI is certainly being deployed for, chip layout, verification, design, validation, right? So that helps to streamline the process overall. I would say currently, today, less so across the boundaries of the ecosystem.
Right.
But where I do think we are seeing AI deployed for the joint advantage of the ecosystem is looking at the pipeline, right? Looking at your sales pipeline, who's ready to buy, predicting, how to best utilize your sales resources.
And while those might be better from a sales perspective, it's fairly incremental from an environmental impact perspective, where the environmental impacts are being immediately felt or in the stuff we've already been discussing then.
I think so, but I think also if you're deploying your sales force, for projects that might not, say they're going on a flight to go visit a customer for something that might not come to fruition
a lot
for
less
years.
Flights.
I don't know. I think it's optimizing the environmental footprint of your sales force as well.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. And at Ford?
I forget the question.
Oh, no, it's okay. We were just saying the benefits.
The benefits. Yes, of course. Yes, I think, again, we're focused on providing safe, efficient, affordable transportation. And whether that is making vehicles that are more aerodynamic or better and more efficient battery technologies, that's where I'm seeing huge benefits as we're applying AI. Today, we have 350,000 CPU cores that are running things like virtual crash tests and virtual wind tunnel tests.
Yeah.
And that's using traditional simulations. They're busy all the time because we have thousands of engineers using that. We're finding that we can augment or replace some of those simulations with even better results with AI models.
Right.
And get better designs, and the relatively small amount of energy that we consume in running those AI models and developing those AI models is paid back probably thousandfold or millionfold in the efficiency improvements in the vehicles.
Given some of the challenges with battery efficiency and that's so core to, I guess, what would be a green dividend from AI, could you talk a little bit more about how you're getting benefits with batteries and AI and how AI is helping you make batteries better? Because it's just such an obvious way in which AI could immediately make a big difference that would be carbon positive, that would, impact a lot more, a lot faster.
Sure. Well, it's everything from, we have tremendous amounts of data on batteries, and just using AI to find patterns in that data, and analyze that and find where we can optimize within the battery, both design and operation. Also in battery research, so finding new materials. Very similar to any type of material, say pharmaceutical research. And especially now that there's so much scientific literature, there's really such vast scientific discovery happening and all over the place. We're even utilizing large language models now to help the scientists parse that literature and make faster use of it.
So you're basically parsing all of the literature and maybe even things that may be tangential to it that could be benefiting battery technology. You're feeding AI to accelerate battery development.
Exactly.
And you're seeing the results of that already in your research and what is to come from forward that you can't obviously talk about?
Yes.
Okay, that's pretty exciting. I think that's super cool. Yeah, that's super cool.
I think there's more like general ways that AI can get deployed everywhere, right? So
Yeah.
just like within any of our companies, you can deploy AI to look at building energy consumption, right? All of us,
Right.
unless you're leasing, are operating in these large buildings. They have huge environmental footprints. And by monitoring, and understanding the patterns of where the employees are, changing the cooling, changing the lighting, that's a simple example. I think all of us have the opportunity to deploy a little bit more AI technology in the sensors within our buildings. You could look at other resources that are, in the environment, water, for example. Some of our partners like Cisco are working with Rockwell in Las Vegas. How do you put sensors and monitor the water leakage that's happening for their actual Las Vegas water department? It's not an area you want to be losing water. So you start to think about all the ways that you can deploy sensor technology to reduce, whether it's energy consumption, water consumption, tracking your resources. I had some great conversations at the cocktail hour yesterday with some of you in the room. There's deploying RFID technology in hotels to help manage the laundry. You can reduce actually your water consumption, when you start to combine these technologies together to reduce the environmental footprint of whatever, resources your business is consuming.
It's interesting listening to both of you because I think that the framework of this panel is in essence, wow, AI is consuming so much energy, that's got to be bad for the environment. And in listening to both of you, it's like, yes, ChatGPT consumed a lot of energy, but it's solving one of the most complex problems in AI, which is language and speech. And that most of the things we're using AI for are infinitely less complex, but the impact on the environment is infinitely greater. And so, yes, there are going to be some use cases like ChatGPT where we say, oh, wow, that's a carbon sink. Or I guess it's not a carbon sink. It's like just super destructive. But here are these other things that are using far less energy, applying AI to a very discrete problem that's complex, and the dividend is massive. And that's what you're seeing. Yeah.
Yeah, it's pervasive. There's not a problem that's not going to benefit from deploying AI technology. In agriculture, right? Identifying plant infestation as they're analyzing, right?
Yeah.
Crop yields. There's just infinite applications.
Given the tremendous impact on being able to, making chips more energy efficient, processing faster, making vehicles consume less resources to get you somewhere more safely, and given that in both of these areas, you're talking about really significant gains, right, in productivity, will anyone be able to compete in the future if they're not using AI?
I can't imagine being competitive without using AI anymore.
Can you tell me more about that? That's a great statement.
Well, I think it's clearly we're seeing both efficiency gains and just being able to do things that we couldn't do without it. And it's pretty clear to me that we would not be competitive. I can't imagine anyone being competitive without AI.
Yeah.
I'm not going to disagree, although that would be more interesting for the conversation. I think, just to take a slightly different bent, it's not just the hardware efficiency, right? A lot of the benefits that you talked about, Brian, that just comes from Moore's law and energy efficiency through shrinking the transistors, and we've all benefited from this incredible reduction in the cost, the availability of compute. And with cloud computing, it's now pervasive everywhere.
Yeah.
But what's happened as it's become, near zero cost, as Jeffrey Moore calls it, right? The software has actually gone from, you think about the resources available to get the Apollo to the moon, right? And they tightly coupled that software with the hardware so that it was using every piece of memory that was available to it and beyond. That's not what we're doing today, right? To get time to market, time to deployment, the languages have become ever more abstracted. And so we estimate there's 20 to 30% waste just in the software. Programming languages that have just become such higher level and abstracted. So I think there's an opportunity to use AI. We even actually, we acquired a company a year or two ago called Granulate. And for anybody that uses cloud services, it is autonomously and continuously evaluating your resource consumption in public cloud.
Yeah.
And it's telling you, hey, you're not using 30% of these resources. You can turn those instances off. So you're going to save money. You're going to save environmental footprint. It's an example where, you're starting to see that we can no longer afford these inefficiencies that we have put in place. The last thing I'll say is around, I talked about what is the right tool for the job, right? How are you going to get the most efficiency out of the transistors? I have a saying I like to say, leave no transistor behind, because it took a lot to get it to you. So please utilize it. It was like built to be fully utilized, not utilized at 10%. And we talked about these large language models of ChatGPT, 175 billion parameters. Right? As everyone, especially the largest corporations, are thinking about how do we use generative AI within our own data and our own walls. We've been working on this for a couple of years already. We have an Intel Chat GPT, Intel 8, and it is 7 billion parameters, right? And you can run that on a single CPU. So you start to think about the scale of, to your point, all of the discourse, all the data and information in the world on the internet versus your company, your data, where you're not going to want to make that shared or available. You might lose competitive advantage, and you want to be able to run models inside your own company to understand, your data, your customer trends. I really think when you're right-sizing the model to the business problem, that's when you're going to see the most efficient gains and returns for the customer.
So,
I want to add to that example, as an excellent example, that we use a lot of the language Java, for example, in enterprise software, and it's not nearly as efficient as, say, the language Rust. But a year ago, it was a very daunting exercise to convert a program or software from Java to Rust. Just not very many people were highly skilled in it, and it was a big endeavor. But now we've found that, especially the software that we have that runs the most compute, consumes the most compute, it's been very effective that augmented with large language models, developers now can convert that software to run in Rust and runs maybe 5 times more efficiently.
Right. So again, there is another problem, and yet AI is the solution to that problem when it comes to using resources more efficiently. So, I mean, it's wonderful to hear you say this, because it's kind of saying, AI is not crypto, right? It's not just going to sit there and burn half the world's energy just so people can conduct a transfer that could be done more efficiently. It's a relatively incremental, small amount of resource consumption for a far greater reduction, right? And efficiency gains that aren't just incremental, right?
Exactly.
You both mentioned, working with other people, universities, data, Siemens. How can companies work together well to be able to lower the environmental impact of AI? And who are some of the partners that you've found particularly effective to work with that you can discuss?
Well, I would applaud companies that have open sourced their models and their technology. Things like, I think of the Technology Innovation Institute that open sourced the Falcon model that clearly took a lot of investment to train, but then that saves many other people from having to repeat that. So I think that's terrific, and that's really accelerating all of the development.
And so open source and standards will obviously help a lot, and that'll reduce people from having to reinvent the wheel. Yep.
Yep. On the hardware front, I talked about liquid cooling. There's a lot of vendors out there that if you have a data center, you're trying to figure out how to become world-class, like Ford has with the deployment of this. There's immersion vendors like Submer, GRC right here in Austin that we partner with, but also cold plate vendors for that closed loop liquid cooling. If you can save 30% of your energy, why wouldn't you?
Yeah.
So I'd really encourage folks to start thinking about those technologies, CoolIT, Behe, Zutacore, a couple of the cold plate vendors that we've validated with directly. There's many, many more across the vast ecosystem. On the standards front, beyond open source software, reference architectures, I think you'll see a lot of on our website for sure. We are here. We're an ingredient supplier, so we need to work with the entire ecosystem to help enable Ford to deliver more energy efficient batteries. And so we try to publish those so that you know how to take advantage of the tools, the resources that we have, the software techniques, One API, PyTorch. The primitives, all of the AI stack and frameworks, TensorFlow. I talked about having one line of code can improve it. We're now making that automated, so you don't even have to change a line of code in the next gen of TensorFlow. And then lastly, on standards. So we work in consortia. We work with bodies like the Green Software Foundation to define, what are the standards? How should you measure the carbon impact of a workload? What does that look like? And so they are publishing that. They're doing research on it. This is hosted under the Linux Foundation, this Green Software Foundation. I encourage folks to learn more there. How do you take into account the carbon intensity of where you run your compute? And then, as it relates to that entire value chain, we know the operational part is the most important. So, reducing your energy consumption, using renewable electricity where you can. So lots of partnerships on accelerating and deploying renewable electricity. Schneider Electric is one that we're using to help accelerate renewable electricity across our value chain, our supply chain, right? Because again, you got to look end to end. So how can we work with partners? And then lastly, for ESG reporting, what we've found in the computing space is there aren't really good standards today. We contributed to something called MIT PIA, the Product Attribute for Impact algorithm, and we did that like 15 years ago. People are still using that data today, and it's a little out of date. So we've re-engaged with them and are inviting our value chain to join us there to define silicon methodologies, system methodologies, and workload methodologies, so that if you're looking at someone's AI cloud computing carbon calculator that they're serving up to you, you know what's inside. You can compare them apples to apples and truly evaluate whether you're using a colo or a public cloud, how carbon efficient that resource is for you. So I think that becomes really important, and as well as influencing policy and what becomes mandatory reporting, as we're starting to see in the EU around data center utilization and beyond. All of those things are going to.
It's good that you mentioned reporting, because that segues right into one of our questions, which is, as we think about sustainability and AI, how do you account for the indirect and direct impacts? And this really goes to measuring the impact of what we're consuming to do it versus the benefits. Mm-hmm. How are you measuring that?
So how do you account for it? This goes into the workload modeling. So if you're, and you have to think about where you're sitting. If you're a consumer of the cloud, it's the resources that you're consuming to use it and then what they're serving up to you. I think today, everybody's not getting full access to the resources consumed, even on the energy consumption. But the other piece to consider is the embodied carbon that goes into it. And this is an area we're trying to partner with our ODMs and OEMs to reduce the footprint of even the design of the laptop you're using or the server that you're using?
It's kind of a complex problem. And so in a way, if there's probably an opportunity for an enterprising startup out there somewhere to use AI to come up with a great SAP plugin or something that would do this very thing, right? That would capture more of the supply chain costs so that companies could see this, because it sounds like that's also a thorny, difficult thing to do for you.
Well, it is, because those methodologies, right? Today, and I was chatting with a gentleman here from CDP yesterday, they're just models.
They're just models.
They're high-level economic models,
Yeah.
Pretty limited today versus, we have the ability to get to the granularity and, like you mentioned, through an ERP solution to serve up
Is that similar at Ford, where it's limited ability to just kind of what you can see and measure?
I think so, yeah, as far as the impact of AI.
Yeah. And so, again, great opportunity for some enterprising startup out there to work on this problem. We're coming up to the end of our time. I want to thank both of you for coming. There was one other question. They took the questions down. I was going to try to get to that other question, but now I'm like, dang it. But I want to thank you both for coming and for being out here today. It's been a pleasure to listen to both of your thoughts. And it's exciting to see how AI has actually probably already become carbon, it's probably pretty effective at already reducing and sequestering carbon and helping us just be more efficient with everything that we do. And that it's not just carbon, it's affecting all the resources you consume.
It really is. And I think the word I'll put in there is handprint, right? Like, what is that handprint, the benefit that you're getting by deploying the technology, and that we need to define it better as one of those standards, and then you'll really be able to show how it's tech positive.
Yeah.
And I think it has to be part of the solution.
Yeah. Yeah. And it sounds like you're both doing it already. Thank you.
Thanks, Joe.
Thank you, Joe, Jen, and Brian. And Joe, you actually already answered the question. The question was, should someone do something about it, and who is that someone? So you said an enterprising startup should do it. So you already answered the question.
Right now.
Yep. Yeah. Thank you all very much. Very interesting conversation. And so now we're going to have a conversation about how you can use AI to help humans engage better. And so for this, we have Mark, the Chief Product Officer from Tinder, coming back up with Lisa May from Wonder Woman Tech.
Stuck with me again. But now I have somebody cool to talk to.
Oh, that's so nice of you, Lisa.
I love
right
you,
here?
Tom.
Let's sit close.
We're all friends here.
Exactly.
So I'm excited to sit down with you. You're like a superstar today. Everybody
like
wants
last
to
night
know.
That was the case.
So Tinder is building for the Gen Z market. Well, they're building for everybody, but you're particularly interested in building for the Gen Z market as well. And so how are you building for that particular landscape?
Yeah, no, I appreciate the question. It's an exciting time to be at Tinder. So I joined about a year ago, and I just think we're at this unique point where Gen Z has a different set of expectations, both of themselves as well as those that they want to interact with, coupled with the advent of course, generative AI. And when you look at the nexus of those two things, there's amazing opportunities in terms of how we can evolve Tinder's experience. And for me, when I think of Gen Z, things that are really top of mind as we spend time in focus groups with them, is authenticity. What is a real profile? How do they show up? How do they want to show up in such a way that they don't feel overly branded, but at the same time they don't feel like they're putting themselves out there in feeling overly vulnerable. They're looking for common values, and so they're looking for interactions that there's a lot of respect, and that there's deep connection and quality in those interactions. And then inclusivity is very top of mind for them. This is a generation where frankly the non-binary has grown dramatically versus millennials, and so that is important to them both in terms of identity as well as ethnicity and other considerations that are really important to them. And so for us at Tinder, we have to start to take a step back, and if you think we started 10 years ago with the swipe,
And that was with the millennials, and that was something new and fresh at that particular moment. And at that point, it was like dating websites had required just a ton of information you had to fill out, and then the novelty was that with that swipe, it basically removed a lot of the friction, it removed a lot of the pain, and Gen Z now has grown up with this mechanic and actually demands more from it. In order for us to, and what we need to do is really respond to them by addressing those key considerations that are important to them.
So like, what are some of those key considerations, and what are some features that you're implementing, with that group in mind?
Yeah. So it's for us, we spent a ton of time over the past year doing segmentation work, as well as diving into user problems. And it really boils down to three key elements. It's the realness, it's respect, and it's relevancy. And so, we're stepping in and making a bold change at Tinder. It's a product that you're going to see evolve significantly, and it's going to feel fresh and new. And there's an opportunity for us to deliver something by end of year that's going to start to tackle these things. And so for us, the realness is about just adding way more depth around the profile itself. So we know that folks want to go beyond the picture. The picture feels too transactional at times, and I want to understand more dimensionality around an individual. And so we're adding new considerations around that. The relevancy piece is us responding to our members. Some of the conversations we were having last night was, a lot of folks don't necessarily think on the surface of Tinder as a place where you might find someone with more serious intent. Yet, when we do our segmentation research, over 40% of our audience are actually there for serious intent. And so we need to respond to that and really allow those members, those segments to ultimately connect together and discover each other. And then the respectfulness, that's arguably always a challenge in any digital social media, but investing in improved interaction mechanics and controls for our members, coupled with ultimately safeguards, is another key element of where we believe we can make improvements in the product.
People are so busy swiping left and right and left. So how do you plan and build for, considering allowing people to be able to spend more time on people's profiles and wanting to make connections?
Yeah, so this work that we have underway right now is tackling that exact issue. So, when we think about other dimensions, what, is relevant to Gen Z, what's still delightful and fun, but also ultimately creating that depth. And so we're launching polls, and we're launching quizzes, and we're launching prompts. And so these are ways of this generation being able to express themselves. And then the benefit is not only, it's more than expression, but then it's understanding my interaction with others through that expression. And so you imagine through a quiz, you start to share your favorite music preferences, and you start to see, someone else's quiz results, and you start to get a sense of compatibility through a new dimension that you might not have seen before. And music, of course, always plays a very powerful part in terms of helping you understand someone.
Yeah, because I date based on people's music choices. Are we going to jazz?
I love it. I love it.
So what are the biggest challenges in helping individuals find connections on the app?
This is where I think generative AI plays a key role. And when I look at our research, I look at the conversations that I have with members, it starts with just building a profile. And, for many members, it's like just opening up the app and going, what pictures am I going to upload? This is this presentation of myself. I'm putting myself out there, and I don't know what pictures to choose. And so how can we assist our members in such a way that, we clearly have 10 years of rich data. We know, what a great profile ultimately looks like, or certainly the dimensions of a great profile. And so how can we assist our members around, finding that perfect photo? It goes through to writing that bio, and some of us are gifted writers, but many of us are not. And so it's, yes, I think you're on the gifted side. I am not. And so, being able to help draw out, what's important to capture in a bio. And so that might be, sharing a little bit, something a bit more personal, or maybe that's just sharing a highlight, or maybe that's just sharing, what your intent ultimately is. And then that ultimately, it's right through to, it goes beyond matching, it goes through to conversations. And, I think, many of us probably have had these experiences in different forms, maybe not necessarily on Tinder, but, if you think about LinkedIn and you're starting a new conversation, or you think about, a board member you're trying to reach out to. For me, personal experience I had recently was with my daughter. She decided to go random in terms of her roommate selection for college, which she has some anxiety about now.
That's scary.
Very scary. And so they found each other on Instagram, and she was struggling to write that first DM. She was like, what do I write? And I was like, we're kind of brainstorming through this.
No, I'm just kidding.
Yeah, exactly. But that's exactly, I think, to your point, that's the opportunity here is like, where with these rich data sets can we use generative AI, not to, write the conversation, not to like have, AI talk to AI, but just to give those little assists, those little nudges to get you through that. Because often what happens is that's a moment you stop, and maybe you just don't send that message, and maybe that becomes a missed connection. And wouldn't that be just so much more powerful if we can just help you find those words to start a great conversation?
I love that. Opportunities abound. So, we were talking about this last night, Tinder must have a rich data set of, information on so many of us, right? So what are the ethical, considerations for the use of AI in online dating platforms?
Yeah, you've seen that, there's been many dating apps that have emerged with, generative AI solutions. And we've been very deliberate, very thoughtful in thinking about this. And so we're not necessarily trying to move, quickly without having spent the cycles through these considerations and spent the cycles in really testing and validating, that we're actually solving real member problems and that we're solving them with, ethical considerations in mind. Three that jump out for me that are top of mind, one that we talked about yesterday was certainly like just data bias, and like
Yeah.
I was sharing a story outside of Tinder, but I think that's true of any app. And so how are we thinking about data bias in such a way that, we protect this integrity of the member experience and the serendipity that, Tinder so richly delivers? It's interesting, at Tinder, 80% of our members say that they would date interracially. And that's something that we celebrate and we get excited about because we purposely do not have race or ethnicity as a descriptor on the platform. But you can imagine the risk, as we start to leverage generative AI in new ways that, that might pose for us. The other two that come to mind certainly are like member data, and ensuring the integrity and ensuring the protection of that. And I would say the last one goes back to authenticity. For us, we're about drawing out the realness between two people to allow them to discover each other. And that requires conversation and dialogue, and that requires a certain level of intimacy in getting to know each other, a certain level of vulnerability. And it would be a mistake if we let that become, a conversation that's just managed by AI.
Yeah. Do you feel like there are any unintentional risks or implications, with utilizing that technology?
I think we're early days, so it's hard to fully answer that. But I think as we've been prototyping, as we've been going through discovery, they start to present themselves. And so what starts off as a really fun and interesting idea starts to, create a challenging conversation for us, a paradigm for us to wrestle through. And so, when we think about generative AI, certainly, we think about photos. At the center of Tinder, of course, is, your profile is ultimately the pictures that you upload. It's not, a stretch of the imagination to think, how could we use generative AI from a photo standpoint? What we find is that it's probably pretty easy for us to start to play in the expressive side, in the whimsical side of like, expressing your inner self? Who is your, who are you as your inner superhero, or anything that kind of
Wonder Woman.
Oh, I kind of figured, but can distinctly, and clearly communicate to our members that this is kind of a fantastical moment and interaction. When we get into this uncanny valley, the quality of what I've seen in terms of the work that we've done is just unreal. But it also is posed with tremendous amount of challenges. As we know, phishing is a concern in digital dating apps, full stop. And the last thing we want to do is have generative AI amplify that even further.
Well, let's solve some real world challenges.
Yes.
Like, how do we get catfishing off the dating apps? Because I'm tired of getting swindled.
I agree.
I know there are some women in here that are there are people in here that want to know that too.
Yeah.
So how can AI support making sure that there's not harassment and all of those things happening? Because online dating is scary.
Yeah.
How can it allow us to feel safer?
Yeah. Yeah, this is a big area of focus for us at Tinder full stop. Over the past 3 years, we've launched 15 different safety initiatives and features. One of them this year that really excited about was our "Are you sure?" and does this bother you? And what that is like, you can imagine what someone might be texting, and we've got basically ML that's surfacing up like, "Are you sure you want to send that text?" And on the recipient side, it's like, if we see a message, that, arguably is what we think might be crossing some boundaries, the same type of thing, does this bother you? What we've seen is a 10% reduction in harassing messages, and that's something that wasn't launched that long ago, and so it's a fantastic win for us. Imagine our next step with that, as we start to think about AI and getting into more inferences and more subtleties in terms of how the communication is going on between two members that can help surface up these types of tools. I do think that, as we think about our path going forward, our tools like selfie verification become so much more critical. And something we've certainly been thinking about is does selfie verification not only become a way of, being able to communicate your, your authenticity, your realness, but also is it then a vehicle for us to then, create opportunities for self-expression? So in other words, does that become an opportunity to, create an image, using that is ultimately verified by Tinder that this is a valid representation of you? But I agree. I think this is, something that keeps me up at night, and so I don't like hearing that you're having those experiences, and we're very committed to tackling that.
I really appreciate that. Thank you for creating a safe space for me to date online. So I love some of these questions because, I'm going to ask, how do you define the age of your target market, and how does that influence your use of AI?
Yeah, so we're very focused on Gen Z, and so we're looking at 18 to 25-year-olds as our core demographic that we're focused in on, and that is...
I'm going to pretend like I'm not offended.
And this generation, my daughter's 18, and so she's just about to leave the house, and this is a really interesting time in life. It's like, you're stepping out from your parents' values, you're stepping out from, where decisions were made, for you, to your first, experience in college, through to ultimately your first job, or maybe moving to a new city. There's a radical period of change over that time, and so for us, we think we play a really critical role in supporting Gen Z through each step of that journey. And there's several life stages just within a very short period of time. And so when we think about that, our first question is to Gen Z is just, how do they feel about, what are their sentiments towards generative AI? And we recently ran a study in our Future of Dating report, and about a third of our members came back and said, absolutely, I would use generative AI to help me build my profile, and I'd be comfortable if it kind of assisted in getting a conversation started. So it starts with just understanding your customer and hearing how they would respond, and then we use those as grounding truths to ultimately drive where we focus our energies.
Well played. So looking ahead, what advancements or developments do you feel we can expect at the intersection of human and technology when it comes to dating?
You know, I think when you look at Tinder today, it's hard to see a part of the product that isn't powered by ML. You know, we're responding very dynamically to this really rich community that's interacting in a lot of different means with a lot of different motivations and ultimately across a lot of different geographies. And so when I think about our future, you know, we start to amplify that as we start to think about, you know, generative AI. And to me, it, you know, kind of goes back to basics. It goes back to, like, you know, how do we interact in, you know, our relationships and how we connect with others. And it's, you know, for me, I think of things like, you know, your wing woman or your wing man, you know, and it's like, how can we support, you know, someone through their dating journey from, maybe it's as simple as setting up your profile, but maybe it's a moment where you just feel like you're not getting, you know, the right kind of feedback. I had a chance to meet an individual, and he had told me, he said, I'm going analog when it comes to dating. And he's like, I'm done with digital dating. And I was like, oh, well, tell me more.
What's analog? Meeting at a bar?
Yeah, I had to first ask that question. I didn't even know what that meant, yeah. And so, yeah, basically, you know, meeting people in real life was the only way that he wanted to find connection. And arguably, if, you know, understand where he was coming from, but, you know, he was certainly signing up for a difficult path. But it spoke to something that we're not delivering, which is, you know, feedback. And what he was shared with me was that, you know, like, he feels like he's created a great profile, but he doesn't really know. He gets into matches, he starts a conversation but doesn't go anywhere, but he doesn't know why. He doesn't know if it's him, he doesn't know if she's busy, doesn't know maybe she's offline. And so to me, when I think about our future, you know, whether it's guiding, you know, a user through their profile, whether it's, you know, helping provide more genuine and more authentic and more meaningful feedback, there's multiple roles for us to play here, both inside and outside the app in terms of leveraging generative AI.
So what is your passion project, you know, in your role? Like, what do you want to bring to the future of Tinder?
For me, my passion project is about getting to deep personalization. And so, you know, when I joined, one of the things that the team was so excited about, and I was certainly aware of Tinder's brand perceptions, they're like, you have to see our wedding wall. And I'm like, wedding wall? That's not what I would have initially thought. And it was amazing, and it's very active. We get wedding invites continuously, and we post them on this wall. My wife really wants to go attend one of these. We probably should. And it just spoke volumes to, like, all the different motivations in terms of when people are coming onto Tinder. And when you know, what I'm passionate about is really delivering against that. And so 40% of our members are looking for something more serious. Well, how do we respond to them? How do we respond to someone on a Wednesday night that's just feeling lonely, that just wants to have a great conversation, through to Gen Z that, like, I just want to be friends and we'll just see where it goes. Each one of those are very different experiences, and so Tinder has a tremendous opportunity to respond dynamically to each one of those and countless others.
Mark, I have enjoyed my conversation with you. I've learned a lot about online dating and how you guys are on the back end making sure that we have safer experiences. I know that some of you guys appreciate that with me. It's been a pleasure to enjoy this conversation with you.
Thank you so much, Lisa May.
Mark and Lisa May, thank you very much. I personally can't relate to Tinder because I've been married longer than your target demographic has, and I'm not Gen Z. And I've been, you know, so longer than Lisa May's been alive too, because she's clear in the target demographic. So, you know, but you know, really interesting conversation about how we can actually use generative AI to help foster human relationships instead of make ourselves distant from each other. So really appreciate that. We're going to take a break until 1:15, and we'll start sharp at 11:15 Central Time. We'll see you then. Enjoy the break. All right. Well, welcome back from the break, everyone. We're excited to have another great fireside chat, this time with Expedia Group and their Chief Technology Officer and President, Rathi Murphy. And they're going to talk about how we use AI and generative AI to help accelerate the travel industry. Come on up, ladies.
Where do you want me to be? Here?
Yeah.
Perfect.
Oh, sorry. All right. Well, thank you so much for joining us, Rathi. Now, AI has been the driving force behind a remarkable transformation of the travel industry over the past few years. We're all aware of that. Expedia Group is definitely a leader in this transformation. So today, we are going to be discussing this journey with the CTO and President, Rathi Murthy, and we'll be touching on its foundational tech platform, embedding an AI-first company culture, and also how collaboration and knowledge sharing is driving the industry forward. So I understand you have just marked your 2-year anniversary at Expedia Group, and congratulations for that. I really want to know, I guess, how the business has transformed in that time.
First of all, I mean, AI has transformed my name as well, from Murthy to Murphy. That's like the first level of transformation, which is awesome. No, thank you. It has been, it sometimes feels like it's been a few days. The 2 years has gone by so fast because there's just so much we've been doing. And then sometimes I look back and think about, oh my God, we have come a long way and there's still so much more we can do because technology just keeps advancing at such a rapid pace. There's always more to do. But look, Expedia has been transforming on 2 fronts. Mm-hmm. First is really our company. We were a portfolio of siloed brands, 21 different brands, and we were converting that into a family of brands, really trying to convert from being these siloed verticals to becoming the platform for travel. Mm-hmm. So there was a lot we needed to do in terms of transforming across the brands, the product, the technology, the people, the process, and build our entire stack, like converge a bunch of stacks, tech stacks. Imagine 21 brands, 21 different stacks, converge them, and build our capabilities in a manner that's externalizable so that we could then transform the travel industry by giving our partners and other travel partners, influencers, anybody, a piece of our stack, portions of our capabilities, or the entire stack to power their business. So we are on a journey of not just transforming how we do our business, but also transform the travel industry as a whole. So it's been a pretty large-scale transformation on all fronts, and we've come a long way. We have, I would say, with all of the convergence activities, we've come 80% of the way in overcoming a lot of our tech debt and transformation, and now we're really accelerating to the future, taking advantage of some of the new technologies and innovation.
And transformation and I are 2 of your biggest passions. You've worked at Gap and some of the other huge organizations, and this is what you moved to Expedia Group for.
Yes, I like transforming companies. It's more, I love to help accelerate businesses and transform businesses by taking advantage of technology. So my passion is transforming business and leveraging technology. And Expedia was a perfect marriage of combining both that passion and my passion to travel all together. So amazing. It was a perfect.
Incredible. Well, again, congratulations on that 2-year anniversary. Now touching on that other passion you mentioned, so technology. So how are you using AI to drive this transformation, not just for travelers, but for your B2B partners as well?
Yeah. Look, for us at Expedia, data is our competitive advantage. One of the biggest assets we have is we have 70 petabytes of data that only we have, like travel behavior, booking patterns, pricing, availability. We know who you are, what you like to do, and can serve you best by taking advantage of the 70 petabytes of data. So we have invested in that data and machine learning and AI for a while now, and AI is deeply rooted in everything we do, all the way from discovery, when you start thinking about your trip, all the way through servicing. So book planning and booking and servicing. And we use AI in everything we do there. Most recently, of course, we've also taken advantage of the generative AI aspect. But we use AI on the traveler side. For example, we have 1.26 quadrillion product combinations for just lodging. So for a traveler to come in and actually be able to compare hotel rooms effectively with, like, every hotel room has so many descriptors, it's really hard to compare like for like. So we launched a feature called Smart Shopping that leverages AI and machine learning to bring this comparison to life in an easy manner so travelers can make their choices much more confidently. We also launched something called price tracking, and I'm pretty sure many of you in the room, it's always hard to know when's the right time to book your flight. You don't know how the prices are and what the right date it is, and it's like a rocket science. What we did, leveraging again AI with all the data we have, we could look at the past trends and predict the future trends and give you confidence on when's the right time to book your flight. So we've launched several features like this that continue to help improve the experiences for our travelers, giving them much more confidence in their trip planning, booking, collaborating, and sharing with their friends to all the way through checkout. We use AI to also help you do self-service, like to make changes to your reservations, modify, know where your refund. It's picked up during 2020 when we had this whole pause in travel across the universe with COVID, and we were getting so many calls to our call center to make changes to their flights or change reservations or cancel, and people wanted to know where their refunds were. We invested a lot in AI at that point of time to say, we can now have this virtual agent capabilities that is actually one of the best in the travel industry. And we've been able to externalize that and have our partners take advantage of it so they can help transform their business as well. So AI is actually in everything we do. On the partner side as well, we have leveraged Expedia data for our partners to be able to see, for example, what we call demand insights. You can see in your market where there's a surge in demand, and then seeing our data, then invest performance marketing to take advantage of that demand. There's also an ability to be competitive in your pricing. We call it an auto rate match. So the partner can select that option to say, if their competitor has reduced their price in that particular market, we will auto rate match so they stay competitive in that market. So all of this is again driven through our data and machine learning and AI across the board.
And I guess, what about generative AI? We've kind of talked holistically about AI. When it comes to generative AI, how have you transformed there? What exciting developments do you have to share?
I mean, nowadays, no one wants to talk about anything but generative AI. Look, I think I have been a huge proponent of generative AI recently, and we were one of the first movers in the travel industry to take advantage of generative AI and integrate at the scale and pace that we have. There's no other large travel company that moved at that pace that we did. So we were first movers here. And if I were to take a step back, the reason we could take advantage, our teams jumped on this and were able to integrate with ChatGPT in just a matter of few weeks, because we have been so mature as a platform with our data, with AI, with ML, like we had the culture in the company to take advantage of this and quickly integrate ChatGPT. So we did this integration on two fronts. One is we integrated with ChatGPT plugin on their site. So when you go to OpenAI and someone searched for travel, it would link into Expedia booking flow seamlessly. We also brought them into our app. So we had the ChatGPT plugin in the Expedia app, supported. It was launched globally across all English-speaking languages on iOS. Yeah. And that was predominantly trying to solve for the most popular use case of helping people plan their trip.
Yeah.
So you could now go in and through a conversation, start your journey, like where's the best place to go skiing in March, or find me hotels in Greece that's family friendly with a private pool or whatever. Start this conversation, and which would then go through a seamless booking path where you could then select your dates, look at pricing availability, and close your booking. You could even save it on a trip board and collaborate and share with friends. So it really took the trip planning to the next level, which has been super positive. And given that we were there up front, we have now gathered a lot of information on what our travelers like, how they use our feature, and been able to innovate faster in that space.
And so can you just expand a little bit on some of the opportunities that are possible now that weren't possible before, and I guess why?
I think this notion of generative AI, which is really helping take the modeling to the next level so you can get your responses via conversation and also take advantage of the gamut of content that's available in the internet, opens a lot in terms of acceleration for everything we do, like even improving your ability to drive personalization for our travelers across the board. Look, everything we do at Expedia, and I'm a huge proponent of this, actually in every industry I've been at, is you don't just drive innovation for the sake of innovation. It has to be focused on improving the experiences for our travelers and partners. And we have a huge opportunity with Gen AI to up the level of our servicing. So now you can ask us any question and we can respond to you. We have a huge opportunity to drive better content across our site, to whether it's hotel and content descriptions, to better images. We have the ability to look through reviews and ratings and maybe serve specific needs of our travelers with ease, like find me a hotel that is much more accessible, that which is wheelchair friendly. Like we have now the ability to take these conversations and truly drive this personalized behavior across all our experiences.
Yeah, the consumer experience is just so much easier
Dramatically
now.
improved.
Yeah, absolutely. We've got about 6 minutes left. I want to dive into kind of how you're future-proofing your organization for a future with AI, and I think this is something that kind of relates to all businesses. How do you future-proof for a future with AI?
I like to think about it especially as since I lead the product and technology org, I actually like to think about future-proofing the company for innovation. And yes, Gen AI, it's the topic of the season. And I always go out saying, for me, generative AI feels like when the internet was invented. It's at the nascent stage. I do think we're all learning this and it's going to explode. It's opening our eyes to a whole new set of opportunities. So it's really future-proofing the company to take advantage of innovation that could dramatically change the way we work. improve productivity in-house, improve experiences at a scale and rate that was unimaginable till today. So what we have done, again, because AI is not new to us, is on one end, we've really made sure that we have a responsible AI council. So we're taking care of making sure we are responsible to our travelers. The experiences and the responses to our travelers is always in Expedia language, meets our culture, meets our ethics, meets our guardrails, setting the guardrails and making sure we're doing right by our travelers, providing the transparency of what we do, and making sure we're private. So that's one journey of keeping the responsible AI and AI-driven culture. On another lens, I would say that I always have an eye on a portion of the work we do is focused on the next gen innovation. So we have a team watching how our travelers are responding to the generative AI, given we've been out there for the last 3 months. We've been looking at our data, looking at patterns, taking advantage of that, and we have a team exploring many use cases around this. And when we see patterns that we think are going to be valuable and can scale, we can jump in to take advantage of it. So there's this innovation mindset that's always there, and we have a team looking at what's coming out there and how we can explore and innovate on this area. And thirdly, I would say, is really getting, as part of the innovative culture, getting alignment all the way from the board and leadership and the team to buy into this investment for the future. Because sometimes there's 3 things I always say: where there's fear, there's no innovation. So we need to provide a bit of a safety net for our teams to explore. Not all ideas are going to come to fruit immediately. Some of this is investment in the future. And in fact, generative AI, it was a spur of the moment where we said, wait, this is something, let's get in the game. I didn't know, we didn't know really the magnitude that this would take off at the time that we stepped into this. Well, that was a good choice because the whole world is moving there. There's a lot we don't know. Sometimes we put something out there, not really leveraged. You should be willing to cut your losses, move out of it. And that's the investment we have top down in the company. It's in our grain. In fact, it's not just AI, but in 2020, when the travel industry was taking a big disruption through COVID, our leadership team knew that whatever got us successful until that point was not going to be the playbook for the future. So as a culture, we have innovation and thinking about new ways to help drive behaviors for our travelers and partners. It's ingrained in our culture, which is huge.
Yeah, and that's the first mover or fast follower question, which we've talked a lot about yesterday and sure we will today as well. So final question, Rati, really, really great to have you up here. What can other industries take away from the travel industry and your experience?
So I have worked at many different verticals in my career as well. I've worked in fintech. I was at American Express in retail, in media, in e-commerce, and healthcare. So I've actually had the advantage of driving transformation across many different verticals. And that's kind of been a passion of mine to see what's common and what's different. I'll tell you that travel, I didn't know this till I joined the company, is a fairly complex industry. We have the B2C side, so the travelers and the consumer experiences and driving those experiences across the board. We have a very large B2B business, which we have 50,000 partners, so there's the B2B side of the business. And we have the platform, which is core to what we do. We want to be the platform for travel. So there's the platform and the infrastructure and security and fraud and risk and core capabilities of any platform. So it actually is a combination of what most companies do. It's like everything all together. And what I find is if I had to share anything, I would say, for me, transformation has predominantly been across people, process, technology. It's really the three pillars. And it's never the same because the people, technology stack, what you have is never the same. But it's really across these three vectors. Many of us are handed a card, or at least I've been very fortunate, let's use that word, to have been granted a large stack of legacy in any company I've gone to. So it's not necessarily built all modern. So you have legacy you're dealing with, and you're trying to modernize and innovate and move to the desired North Star all at the same time. So it's like changing the tires while the car is driving at full speed. You got to keep innovating and moving fast. So finding that balance of how much you invest in getting rid of that tech debt and how much you keep investing in the future is always the balance. And I think this applies to all industries. My philosophy, there are many people who believe like go horizontally and clean the foundation, build out the infrastructure, finish the convergence, and then start innovating on the top. I find, one, most companies don't have the luxury to go at that pace. So, and I also find that you get better learnings when you take slivers. So take a sliver of, let's say, trip planning, take a sliver of something and iterate on that, modernize on that, leverage AI, leverage machine learning, and take care of the tech debt all together. There's a lot you learn from one experience. You learn about how the teams are organized. Are they organized for success? Is there friction between the teams? Do you need to change your org structure? You also learn the skill set, whether that needs to be upgraded to support the North Star. You learn whether your North Star is practical or not. Is it 1 year, 2 year, 3 year? And once you can then iterate on this and proliferate that across the entire organization. And I think that helped us immensely at Expedia. We've been able to innovate. We've been able to drive new experiences. I call it as, it's the Tesla model, like for those of you who use the Tesla, like you get upgrades automatically and then your experiences improve. We keep modernizing under the hood, but we drive best of class experiences on the top.
Brilliant. So much to take away there. We're going to have to cut it off, but thank you so much. This is Rati Marti, the Chief Technology Officer and President of Expedia Group.
Thank you. All right.
Thank you both, Rati Murthy, and not Murphy, I'm sorry. Very sorry for that. It was a great, enlightening conversation about transformation. Thank you. And so next up, we have a conversation on AI as the next industrial revolution. So what are the next use cases, the next exciting use cases we have around AI and generative AI? And for that conversation, we have Kriti Sharma from Thomson Reuters Legal Tech. We have Gaia Balone from Prudential, Rebecca Jung from FedEx, and moderated by Lauren Coons from Iconic. Welcome up.
Lawrence? All right. Hi, everyone. It's great to be back on stage. Yesterday, I was talking about hype and fright and scary things, and today we get to talk about exciting things, the future, with some incredible leaders representing the legal industry, financial services, and logistics, about both how they're using AI today in their organizations and what they see for the future, both internally and externally. So to kick it off, I'm going to have everyone introduce themselves. And please, with your introduction, tell us a little bit about how your organization is using AI today, and what is the single application that you are most excited about for the future?
Great. I'll go first. Hi, I'm Kriti. I lead legal software products at Thomson Reuters. One of the areas that we're really thrilled about is to give the same knowledge superpowers to people who are earlier on in their careers or journeys as a more experienced knowledge professional would have. So for example, in the legal world, many of you might have watched Suits. You see how associates are treated. We hope to change that, and really focusing on the quality of work that people can produce early on by using the wisdom of the combined organization. An example of that is the work we're doing now to bring generative AI by using trusted content, whether it's legal matters or historical information or knowledge of people around you, to help you write for example, a first draft. With some of the work we've done, we're now seeing results where we can get you to a first draft within minutes. And this is work that previously used to take people hours, often days, and the quality would also take a lot of time. And Lauren, to your comment yesterday on your panel, legal is another one of those areas where you just can't get it wrong. You can't say, oops, sorry, made a mistake, got it wrong. It's very much about can we build that trusted insight and information? So our use case we're very passionate about is bringing same trusted knowledge to people at all stages in their careers and sizes of firms.
So my name is Rebecca Young. I'm Corporate Vice President of Operation Science and Advanced Technology at FedEx. First of all, I hope everyone knows FedEx, and if you don't know, I would be hugely concerned. Raise your hand if you don't know FedEx. So we are a large corporation, and my job is really fun. Like I'm head of the, it's a long title, but in a nutshell, I run the startup within FedEx. Very much focused on advanced technology, specifically robotics, autonomous technologies, electromobility, shaping the future. So as you can tell, there's a lot of AI in the space we do. But FedEx in general, we just celebrated our 50th anniversary in April, which is a huge milestone. So what I want to say is innovation is really in the DNA of FedEx. It inspires our start. It also fuels our future growth, and AI is a big portion of that. And the reason we are very much really excited about AI is the power of leveraging data to actually service our customers better. Because in our core, it's all about everything we do is about FedEx. At FedEx, it's about customers. We want to provide them better visibility. We want to deliver their package in a more optimized manner. We want to help them solve their problems and improve their supply chain. So we use AI really across the board. It's all along the life cycle of the customer interaction, and we have been on the AI journey for many years and seeing really tangible results when it comes to improved customer experience, safety, the kind of employee productivity, and in the R&D space also in my specific area. And Lauren, to answer your question, single application, given the scale of our organization, it's really hard to narrow down to single application. So I will answer it from a strategic level. We are excited about generative AI's capabilities. And personally, I see generative AI ushers in huge capabilities on two fronts. One is it democratizes access to AI. Think about in the past, it's very hard to get your hands around AI. What is AI? What it does? What kind of training? You pretty much have to be deep in computer science and to understand the AI to use it. But with generative AI, why it's taking off like so huge is you don't need a specialty training. So democratize AI is a huge part for any business and enterprise or organizations because almost everybody can access it. And the second part exciting is the use case is really across the board. So from yesterday to today, you hear lots of industries, lots of kind of organizations talk about how they use AI. But from a large corporation perspective, no matter which function you are, whether you are in sales, marketing, IT, operations, HR, legal, et cetera, you can all see some use cases like using generative AI to improve the productivity. And also take it up a level from business perspective, whether you're trying to improve the way you interact with customers, optimize the way you run business, improve the kind of productivity of your team members, or the R&D space, accelerate R&D space. There's just a lot that this technology can unleash. So we know we are at the beginning. There are a lot of challenges and solve the ethics, solve the bias, solve the misinformation. But personally, I'm very excited that this is a defining moment for AI. It's the moment, it's a start of mass adoption and acceleration. So to me, it's more like internet back to 1997.
Excellent. Gaia?
Okay.
I'm Gaia Bellone, Chief Data Scientist at Prudential Financial. So Prudential, it's an insurance company, and it's quite old, but at the same time, oddly enough, it's a company that is very well known for innovation. And AI at Prudential is part of the strategy. It actually permeates everything we do. It supports, for example, our front office function to have much better customer experience, but also it supports our operation in trying to help underwriting or pricing, and at the same time, our corporate function. So it really has been used already for quite a while across the whole company to improve employee experience, to improve customer experience, to automate processes. I've been at Prudential only for 2 years before I was in banking, and when I joined Prudential, I was extremely excited because I thought I was joining an old insurance company, and then I started to see, oh my God, we have an amazing data science program over here. What excites me most? Of course, generative AI, it's actually making a huge difference in how we interact with our business partner. Because now, while before, they have been always interacting with us, but they never felt that they were part of our product. They felt that they were just using the product that data science could provide to them. Now the interaction is becoming much closer. So we actually have been using already generative AI for about 1.5 years. While the rest of the world simply discovered it just at the beginning of the year, we were like, oh, finally. They caught up to us. But really allowed the fact that now everybody's talking about it and everybody starts to have a much better understanding of it is making the opportunity for us to talk to our business partner in more of a like peers around the topic and try to truly understand together what are the best solution, the best product that generative AI can help with. Of course, we should not forget everything else that AI brings to the table. There are problems that generative AI is really not good to solve. So all the other tools that data scientists have in their old tool bag, they're all available. They should all be used, and we should all work with our business partner to identify the best tools for solving the problem. But it's definitely a very exciting moment now that we are starting together with the business partner this journey in understanding how generative AI can really accelerate business goals, employee goals, customer goals across not just our industry, but across everything at global level.
Yeah, I think that's a great segue to my next question, which is what are the actual business problems that you're currently solving with AI? And Rebecca, why don't you kick us off?
Yeah, that's absolutely important to acknowledge. It's not just about, there's a lot of talk on generative AI, but AI is a broad segment, and we use a lot of the right AI tools for solve the right problem. So it's a big part of FedEx transformation and digitization. And I can't tell you everything in specifics, but on a high level, I would say it's more centered around the real-time data and the improved decision making. Because if you think about our network, it covers the entire world. And every day we have to move about 14 to 15 million shipments on a daily basis from point A to point B with the most optimized kind of network, as well as give the visibility to customers so they know where their shipments are, they know when it's going to be delivered. That's almost always universally what the customers care. And to do that, you can imagine there's a lot of data and decision behind it. Because the moment we get the order, we have to think about what trailer to use, what mode of transportation is most efficient, and how to route them, what are the stop sequence, and all the way down to the package handler scheduling, et cetera. It's all centered around the kind of putting all the information customers needs, the day of delivery, and the kind of duration, like how fast they need the shipments, et cetera. It's a lot of decisions you have to make. So with AI, I think the power is that we now not only have the data, we also have the right tools to make better decisions. And so that's a part we use to improve the way we run business and service our customers better. The second part, which is even more exciting, is what new capabilities AI can unleash, what kind of potential new revenue streams we could build on the digital front. So one example I have is we launched FedEx Surround by our DataWorks organization, which is a huge capability that provides improved level of visibilities to our customers, our business customers. So they have much more improved knowledge about their shipment that helps them to more reliably manage their supply chain and take proactive actions, et cetera. So that's another way of thinking about AI, is not just running the business, but also getting to the unleash the new potential for additional capabilities and the business benefits and the customer benefits.
I would say from a business perspective, you can think about what AI brings to the table under two different branches. On one side, you have process automation. It definitely helps you to automate process across everything a company does, and all companies. On the other side, personalization scale. At this moment, we are all used to have completely personalized interaction whenever we are on our phone. People doesn't even know, but actually there is always an AI in the back that is going to show you what most likely you are interested in, what is the most likely the advertisement that you're going to click on. So personalization scale really helps you to have a much better customer experience, but not just customer, because at least at Prudential, we use it also for employees. We are trying to automate our processes, and we are trying also to help our employees to be much more efficient using AI, make much better decisions. As my colleague over here was saying, one of the main issues is data. We have lots of data. We collect lots of data. We need to organize them properly. But then a person would be very hard for them to really make an informed decision using every single piece of data that is available to you. What AI really does is collect the data, identify what is the right signal to solve the right problem, and suggest solutions so that the expert can properly make the right decision.
So for us, we're looking at it across the entire spectrum of the system from start to finish, and then being hyper-focused on areas where we can drive most impact. So let's take the example of the legal industry for a minute, because that's where I spend a lot of my time. First, if you think about experiences of colleagues who work in this world, they're starting out or they're more advanced, but that knowledge that's often lost, as I talked about, it's sat in internal documents. There are people who've written something similar before, and now would you really want to start from scratch or build on that knowledge? Just creating new work product or new solutions with higher confidence for the lawyers in this system so they can be more productive and more effective and drive better outcomes for their customers. That's one example. And let's take the story further. Now, you've created a document, you've built a brief, you're going to bring it to the courtroom. You're probably dealing with a judge who's overtired, has lots of documents, has a long list of cases that are pending. If AI could help them speed up that entire process and identify the most important information attached to some digital services, so you as a parent does not have to take a day off and choose between childcare or getting access to your case heard into a virtual courtroom, that is really powerful. And then you take all the way further to what does it mean to consumers? This is an industry where there's a real gap in access to justice. There are underserved communities who can't afford to get lawyers, don't have opportunity to get heard in time. And I really think the biggest opportunity with AI that faces us, in whichever industry we work in, is to create more access to people's basic rights, whether it's the legal system or financial inclusion or access to services, the last mile delivery work that you guys do, for example. So I'm really thrilled.
Good. Okay. So Gaia, maybe you could tell us a little bit about what the best practices are for deploying generative AI today, since you've been doing it for a year and a half ahead of everybody else. So help us out in the audience.
Sure, happy to do that. Let's start how usually the data science organization work with the business. So usually we work supporting the different function, and that can create some silos and create some issue of optimization across the different opportunities. So when you are trying to launch something like generative AI for the whole enterprise, try to identify the right opportunities, you really should think about it as an enterprise level program, so that you can have an enterprise vision for it, and together with the whole enterprise, try to understand what are the right business use cases that you should start from. It's quite an endeavor. It's not easy. Everybody's very, very anxious about the risk that this new technology is bringing to us. Now, what people forget is actually the risks are not changing. Those are the risks that the businesses or enterprise in general always need to control. Well, I come from financial services, so for us, risk is pretty much our bread and butter, how to control risk in everything we are doing. We are heavily regulated, which actually is I'm always very happy from a consumer point of view, because I'm a consumer as well. So what you really need to think about is, okay, and we need to put together an enterprise level program. What are the things that we need to control for? So very important to start to work with, you have a vision, and then start to work with your control partner to truly understand what are the risks, actually this new source of risk, how can be managed. What are the new metrics that you should look at? As I was saying, the risks are the same. You always have a risk of bias. You always are going to have a risk of performance. You don't want to be the next big article on Reuters, right? But what is hard now is truly quantify the risk, because the answers that you get from the generative AI is not a point estimate. It's a sentence, and it's not always the same sentence. Usually you used to have same input, same output. Now even testing that is different, because you don't have, once you input the same input, the same output. There is variation. You want variation. Variation is good, but at the same time, you want to be able to catch outliers. You want to be able that variation is not really creating the wrong experience, providing the wrong answer. So working together closely with your control partners to try to identify what are the right quantification, right way of quantifying the risk that would be coming from this new wonderful tool. Then remember data. It's always, you need data. Without data, you're not going to be able to really take advantage of generative AI. You need a good source of data in and data out. You need a very strong program that understands what prompt engineering means. When you do generative AI, when you use it, you can think about it a little bit like when you use a search engine. Keywords are very, very important. Only right keywords most likely will give you the right answer out of it. You can think about it in the same way with generative AI. Only if you provide the right question and detailed enough question, you will be able to get the right answer out of it, almost likely, because there is always a probability that the answer won't be really what you're looking for. So when you're thinking about building application with generative AI, the data science team should really work extremely closely with the users, so like when you build any kind of application, and together work through how the prompt engineering should be work in sequence to help the user to get to the right question, to create the right profile for the AI, so that the AI most likely will be able to provide you the right answer. Another part that is going to be extremely important would be the monitoring. And most of it will be automated monitoring. Instead of being a once in a while checking everything is doing fine, you really need systems that are going to provide you the right monitoring at the right time, so that people will trust what is coming out. We are talking a lot about trust and how to make sure that people would trust AI in the future, or generative AI in the specific right now. It's really providing them with a very transparent view of everything we are doing to prevent the famous phenomenon like hallucination, so that people truly can understand which kind of risk is still left out, that we might not be able to manage it. They can accept it, or they can say, no, this risk is too big for me. I'm not going to use the application that you're building for us. Another very important part, and right now, a lot of companies are now thinking of building their own large language model. It's very expensive, as we said plenty of times, which means our own data we have to flow through a vendor. So it's going to be extremely important to create the right infrastructure to make sure that our data and our customer data will be safe, because it's another promise of trust that we need to provide to our customer and employees to make sure that whatever we are doing is protected and supported.
Yeah, I want to ask a little bit about this because I was getting this question at lunch from somebody who was saying, how much is it going to cost us? You know, we want to get generative AI going in the org. And I was saying, well, there's sort of three approaches. You can take a vendor approach, and you're looking at generally an API-based SaaS consumption model. You can use open source models and keep your data private. You can try to build your own, but the universe of people who are capable of doing that technically is very small and it's very expensive. So, for everyone in the group too, if you want to address what the cost looks like in terms of resources, and if you're working with vendors or trying to roll your own.
I can go first. Sure. It's still very early days, so most companies are exploring all kinds of models. The costs are quite prohibitive at this point. There's also a lot of throttling going on with some of the largest vendors. There's just not enough capacity to even just all the use cases we've talked about in this room in the last 2 days. Is there enough capacity to make it work at this point? Probably not. So it's really important to be hyper-focused in areas where there's biggest value, and to use your phrase from earlier, business case or business problems that need to be solved. And then we have to figure out what's the most sustainable way. At this point, it feels there's a lot of focus on figuring out customer desirability or technical feasibility. We haven't yet nailed business viability of these models. And I think that's going to be the Q3, Q4 question that many of us face. And there will be multiple models that emerge. In some cases, you might have to pass on the cost to your end users, or you might have to figure out what are the trade-offs or decisions to be made, and is there technology investment that's the wise thing to do, or is there people investment, or is there both?
Yeah, great answers. I would say I agree with Kriti that it's very early stage, so there's not a dominant AI applications, there's not a dominant framework, and so it's more like a lot of times it's more experimentation, but at the center for any business to actually decide, first of all, is what problem you're trying to solve with AI, and also what stage is at maturity. So if you are trying to boil the ocean, it's going to be hugely, hugely expensive. That may not be the wise choice. So focus on priorities and also start small to experiment, because there will be a lot of learnings coming out of it. And so the function of the investment is very much a core decision about the perspective, the specific problems you're trying to solve for, but also the kind of stages. One thing I agree with Gael is the data is hugely important. So the one investment we learned at FedEx is you have to invest in the data infrastructure, because if you don't have the data infrastructure, a lot of times you're just purely experimenting with a small kind of POC. It's very hard to scale up, let alone have a systematic way of automatically check the accuracy, bias, and all of those critical aspects for a business that we have to really build a trust, continue trust with the business. So if you're thinking about the investment, one thing we learned from example is really your starting point is you have to invest in your data infrastructure.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, for us, given that we started a while ago, it was we had no choice. We had one provider. So of course, we went with the one provider that was out there. Right now, you start to have many more choices, so the next step is test the different provider and trying to understand performance and trying to understand the infrastructure that they are putting in place. And it is very important to build a strong roadmap. As everybody's saying, is just trying to pick the right business opportunities that you want to start from and start to build the roadmap for your infrastructure that is really aligned to the business opportunity that you are thinking you would be able to tackle first, based on your risk appetite and based on your understanding of what the generative AI can do for you, and based on your understanding of the risks that are coming from the solutions that are already available. Everything is changing very fast in this field. So one suggestion that I would love to share with everybody, change your change management process. Change management process now, they need to be fast. They cannot be the old way that you wait for 3 new version before you actually adopt the next one, because you might be missing a lot of opportunities. Every day they're fixing issues with these technologies, so be ready on being able to embrace the next version very quickly. Otherwise, you might expose your customers and employee to risk that could have been prevented, and you might missing business opportunities.
Yeah, that's a great point. And I see we have an audience question, which is also my next question for Kriti, which is about risk metrics and how do you monitor them with your systems? Or, more broadly speaking, what are the biggest risks and challenges with deploying this technology?
Yeah, one of the risks is also the most obvious one in any software product development, which is managing user expectations. We're going through this phase where it's like, wow, this can do anything. And then you start talking to the system, for example, and learn inaccuracies or hallucinations. It's about level setting the expectations with the users. There's a risk of the user not realizing they're talking to a machine. For example, for many years, we've been quite obsessed with the idea of a Turing test, and now we're moving into, well, is that really that important that a machine pretends and passes as a human? It just doesn't seem that relevant or important anymore. It's more about, is it useful enough? Can it help us identify the outcomes? So when it comes to risk, the user expectation risk is a very real one of not meeting it. So be clear about what the system can and cannot do, what are its limitations, and be more transparent around getting the AI to show its workings. What did it learn? Where did it learn the information from? Especially in the enterprise world or B2B world or professional knowledge work world. In order to build trust in the outcomes of a system, people need to know how it got to that answer. So that would be very important. I would also encourage everyone to look at organizational-wide frameworks, because when you are looking at so many opportunities and use cases, and really encouraging bottoms-up innovation and exploration. We also need to get right to the forefront of building more ethical and responsible AI from the get-go. And that would come from frameworks that people can test and implement. And one of the exercises I've done for a very long time in my AI career is a misuse case exercise. So imagine this is where all the evil comes out in a room. So you bring your team together and you think about, what are some potential misuse cases where this tech could be deployed? What could potentially go wrong? And then how do we mitigate that?
Can you give us an example of your worst nightmare?
I think other companies have nailed that, so I don't have to.
All right, we're not going to name names. Rebecca, anything to add there on the risks front? Or do you have a specific way that you measure risk within your system?
I think the risk is quite well covered. I want to add one is actually the complexity of data ownership, the data side, because as we get into the generative AI, there's a lot you take from open sources, and then there's also companies' data, and so the data usage and how do you data privacy, and the transparency about that is kind of like really a challenge. And the second challenge linked to that is actually IP ownership. Because when you create, using generative AI, the machine create more outcome. Who really owns the IP is kind of like really a big challenge to be solved for. That takes a lot of just really, really smart people and organization and the entire ecosystem. So those two would be what I think was to keep it top of mind.
Yeah. Gaia, do you have concerns with all of your vast array of data training on a third-party vendor that might be used for other financial services industries or?
No, because in the contract we say that they cannot train on our data. Yeah. It's very simple. So work with your legal partner to put together the right contract. As I was saying, AI, it's really part of our strategy. So actually, we have a program about responsible AI that is creating all the processes that we will need to make sure that AI can be developed and applied responsibly inside Prudential. The metrics that we use from a risk perspective are very similar to the old metrics that we used to use for data science. We try to understand, to quantify the bias. We try to quantify accuracy of the outcomes. We try to make sure that the data internally and the data that goes externally would be trustworthy data, so good data, and at the same time protected, so that cannot be shared. In fact, for example, now with the vendor that we have the relationship, especially in generative AI, while we have in the contract that they cannot use our data for training, given that we are still on a share space, we would not share any confidential information. It's only public information that we are sharing to create the first application. So it's very important when you build, you don't try to boil the ocean, start to build what you think you can manage, especially from a risk perspective, and pick applications that are valuable for your business, but at the same time, don't put risk that you really don't want to manage and you are not able to manage yet.
So I think what I'm hearing, just because there is an audience question about how do you prioritize which use cases to go after, is that maybe lowest risk is what's elevating things to the top right now.
Definitely. The lower risk one, and often those become the ones that are part of the customer experience, so don't try to do underwriting for your product, for example. But you can totally create a personalized digital experience that try to understand what are the needs of the customers based on every interaction that you had with them, so that they can, and then you can personalize the page that they are landing, the kind of information that you're putting on the page, so that they can, for example, learn. From a financial educational perspective, it's actually a fabulous tool. It's extremely low risk because that's completely public information. We are not providing recommendation. We are just explaining based on what we think are the customer needs, really what kind of financial education they might be needing. And you can truly, with the new tools, talk to them in their language, in the way that they can understand you better, and talking about things that they care the most, which could be the family. It could be that they love gardening. It could be that they are looking for retirement. So every single piece of information that you could share, for example, in a digital space, it would be really personalized and focused to solve their needs and speaking about things that they would care about.
I would just add a slightly different point. We're looking at the biggest impact outcomes-driven use cases, and then we work backwards to say, hey, does this use case, which has the biggest transformative impact on our customers, have a manageable risk framework around it? So it's not always about lowest risk. It can also be about well-managed risk.
Great. So I want to end by asking all the panelists, 5 years from now, what do you think is going to be the biggest transformation that you see, both internally and externally for your customers? Let's start with you, Rebecca.
I think 5 years from now on, it's really with the acceleration of technology. It's very hard to predict, so I don't have a crystal ball in front of me. But what I can imagine is for internally, for team members, imagine that in the future, I see both opportunities and challenges. On the opportunity side is more, you would have a virtual assistant. Like everybody has a digital chief of staff, Like they can handle a lot of repetitive works. And so the team members can focus on more higher value add creative problem solvings and not worried about some of the mundane tasks. So that's on the opportunity. The kind of like challenge set is the job nature of job will evolve to the degree how we cannot predict. But it's interesting that there's also a study I found recently that if you revert back to 1940, 60% of today's job did not exist back 80 years ago. That's true. So we have to, like humans are good at adaptation. So I will see change 5 years from now, and maybe some other panels can talk about external. I mean, I'm watching the clock.
Yeah, we're almost out of time.
Yeah.
Kriti, let's have you finish us off with how you think this is for
I think
consumers.
in a few years from now, we'll find opportunities to use AI to solve unsolved problems where we don't have access to information or access to justice. And I really hope that we don't make people click more ads with this technology, but really solve powerful problems. And when the machines do take over, I hope they're at least nice.
That seems like a positive note to end on. Thank you so much, everyone. Thank you to the audience.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Wonderful conversation. Thank you all. Really great insights into current and future applications of generative AI by people that have been using it for a while. That's awesome. So next, we're going to have a conversation between two people at Reddit to talk about how important communities are to us as humans, but personally as a startup founder, communities are extremely important for us. And so we have Phil Bott, who's the Chief Product Officer from Reddit, and Laura Netzler, who's in charge of community for Reddit. Why don't you guys come on up?
Do you like it here?
Yeah. Yeah.
That's
you can
great.
do it right there.
That way we can turn and actually have a conversation. Hey, everyone. My name's Laura Netzler.
Yeah.
I'm the VP of Community at Reddit, and I will let this person introduce himself.
Yeah, hi, I'm Pali, and I am the CPO at Reddit.
So we're going to have a conversation about what we're seeing in the landscape of Reddit right now in regards to AI. But first, for anyone who doesn't know, let me give you a quick primer on Reddit. Reddit at its core is a community of communities, right? It's not just a place where you can dive in and explore, although that's available too. It's really a place where you can get deep on a particular niche or interest. So whether that is exotic houseplants or perhaps skincare regimes. I don't know, Polly, how you feel about yours, but
I'm more in the hair care regime
I
business,
appreciate
but
that.
yeah. So
there's a community for you on Reddit, or
there's a community for everyone on Reddit. So
generative AI.
Yeah.
Really, the way that the platform is set up is a place where people can have real, authentic conversations. They can bring their true self and find other people who are willing to really get deep and nerdy on whatever topic that they want to get in on. So one of the things I like to think about with Reddit is it's kind of the happiest place on the internet for someone, right? Because they can find people that understand exactly what they're talking about and just get it. So it's pretty powerful. So I'm talking a lot about humans, and we often say, Reddit is the most human place on the internet, but it's not lost on me that we are in this room together to talk about really the combination of AI and in content. And so if Reddit is the place where content and communities are happening on the internet, and we're seeing transformative AI take over, thought we could have a good conversation about, Polly, what you are seeing as the Chief Product Officer on Reddit. So why don't you start with some of the, just the state of the union of what you're seeing on Reddit?
Yeah. So Laura shared that we're a community of communities. And just to give you a sense of scale, we have over 100,000 active communities on Reddit. And it's possibly one of the largest, if not the largest, sources of human-curated content on the internet that's available openly, right? And that's a function of hundreds of millions of users over many, many years coming together and having conversations. Now, of course, the first thing that everyone thinks of, especially when we're talking about AI, is, hey, is this content actually being used to train large language models? As it turns out, yes, indeed, Reddit happens to be one of the most popular sources of content for training large language models. But I think that's just one aspect of how AI shapes conversations, shapes Reddit. And one of the most obvious ways that AI conversations take place on Reddit is within communities dedicated to that, right? So if you think about something like an r/ChatGPT, you will find a large number of users on that community talking about it. There's actually many deep discussions that happen on large language models on Reddit, whether it's in the context of machine learning, training. There's, of course, traditional machine learning that's still discussions that still take place as well, not just generative AI, right? So when we talk about AI, it's more than just generative AI. So lots of conversations happening. But I do think that AI can actually have quite some profound impact on how we build Reddit and offer it to the community as well and make it more accessible. Because one of the goals that we have at Reddit is really to bring these authentic conversations that happen on Reddit to everyone in the world, right? And that ends up promoting community and belonging within these communities that you care about. And some of them are niche communities, like that hair care community that I obviously need. But it's also in mega communities. Yep. So you would have communities like an Ask Reddit, which could have over 40 million users on it, or an NBA or Formula One. You will find tens of millions of users discussing everything from sports to entertainment to every interest you can think of, right? So when we look at bringing those authentic conversations to everyone in the world, then AI can help shape everything from how do we keep that content safe and less spammy? Because one of the things about Reddit, if you've ever used Reddit, and by the way, the reason that people actually literally add Reddit as a keyword in Google to find great search results is because it's high quality and authentic. And that high quality is something that we want to continue to maintain. So we want to use AI to make sure that spam stays out of the way, right? And we have high quality conversations. But we're also thinking about really cool use cases around how can we make users' life better with AI as well. Mm-hmm. So lots to discuss, but plenty of things going. Yeah.
I think this trend that you're talking about is something we're seeing on the community teams as well, where Reddit communities are almost normalizing the new technology that we're seeing, because that's just how Reddit's set up, right? The passionate people are there to discuss their niche topics, and then they have their finger on the pulse of whatever zeitgeist is happening. Yeah. And whether there's a technological breakthrough or really a breakthrough of any type, perhaps there's going to be some hair care breakthroughs coming up, the Redditors are there first talking about it. So again, whether it's OpenAI, whether it's ChatGPT, we're seeing these in the communities. But I want to pull on a thread because it's something I am quite passionate about, is our relationship with our moderators. So for those that don't know, Reddit has a layered moderation system where we have site-wide rules that are enforced at the Reddit level. We have moderators who really create the value and kind of norms of their community through rules that they put in addition to the Reddit site-wide rules. And then users actually contribute as well by voting on Reddit to help create a culture. So tell me how you see any forms of AI potentially supporting our moderators on Reddit.
Yeah, that's a great question. Look, I think when we look at AI, there are really two aspects that you can look at. So the first is some of the techniques that we've known about machine learning for the last decade or so, and I think those are still very, very applicable. In Reddit, we've taken our own spin on it, and we call it more people-powered ML. And the cool thing about Reddit is it provides very, very high-quality signal. And as those of you who are practitioners of machine learning know, one of the most important things for having high quality results from your machine learning model is to have high quality signal or input into that machine learning model. And that high quality signal is something that we see every single day. So Laura talked about like how users vote. Well, that's a very, very high quality signal. Because in Reddit, unlike other forums and social networks on the internet, every single piece of content, so if you make a post or a comment, it starts with just one upvote, which is your own, right? And after that, it rises or falls based on the upvotes and downvotes from that community, right? And so when you see content rise to the top, you know that the community has actually voted it up. And of course, if moderators are letting it stay online and users aren't reporting it, you know that it's conformed to the norms and values of that community. And then finally, if it still stays up, you know that it's conformed to the site-wide terms and policies of Reddit as well. So because it's gone through this sort of triple layer of quality checks, it turns into a very, very high quality signal for us. So we are not usually looking for training data at Reddit. So we've got the source of people-powered training data that is used for our machine learning models. So we use those machine learning models to automatically detect spam. Some of the things that we're now doing is exploring building our own large language models for safety. And what we want to do there is really make sure that we can provide signal on any piece of content to the moderators, but still let them make the final decision on what they want to do with it. So obviously, if it's hate content, et cetera, we remove it. But apart from that, we let the moderators make the final decision, but we want to aid them in it.
Yeah.
So we remove the toil from their work so that they can focus more on leading their communities and less on all of the toil. I think you have a nice way of describing it, Laura.
Well, it's just, we talk about it a lot, like moderators are community leaders, and we want them to have the availability to put on the party, you know, to like turn the lights on, make sure that the music's loud, make sure that the food's good. We don't want them doing like the cleanup work or the security, right? They should be the ones that are leaders. And anything that we can do to take away the redundant, repetitive, mundane tasks and allow them to step up with creativity and with authenticity and the things that moderators are coming up with in their communities around events or around polls, it's more creative than anyone would truly believe. So the more that we can unlock the power of the user, which really is Reddit's secret to success, right? We've succeeded because we've enabled the most authentic, organized corpus of human experience on the internet. Anything that we can allow AI to be behind the scenes to make that more enabled really fires me up. What about new users? What about someone who might be coming for the first time to Reddit? Let me prime you with an idea I have. I think it would be fantastic if someone came into a community. It's a big community. It might be a little bit intimidating. And as they are creating their post, as they are creating their comment, maybe AI could be behind the scenes saying, hey, heads up, you missed a rule here. Or hey, you should be adding this keyword. The norms of the community are this. But I'm sure there's more implications around search, around translations. How are you thinking about making Reddit simpler or more accessible for a new user to use?
Look, I think for those of you who haven't used Reddit, it can actually be quite intimidating. Because one of the things that you see is when you post, you could actually start seeing like the downvote count start rising, and you could get downvoted into oblivion.
Let me just chime in quickly. There's a community called Cat Standing Up. Truly, it must be a cat. The post must say cat. It must be standing up. The science community only allows peer-reviewed papers to be shown. Lawyers, you must be able to show that you're a barred attorney. So to Polly's point, if you don't know,
there could be a lot of rules, right?
There could be some rules.
And so part of what we're thinking about is just making that entire process simpler by automatically understanding the rules and norms of every community, and then helping users post or comment. Give them tips. Of course, the user still decides what they want to post and what they want to comment, but give them tips and give them guidance, if you will, on posting and commenting in these forums. So that's something that we're actively investigating. Large language models and generative AI is actually a really good candidate for applying in that particular case. But we're also looking at things like how can we actually suggest which subreddits to actually post in, right? You might not even know. You might actually have an interesting thing to post or share, and you might not know where to post that because Reddit has a myriad set of communities, and trying to navigate these 100,000 communities is challenging. So we could help you with that, right? We could help you with translating your post automatically, so everyone in the world could look at it, right? We could actually help you with recommendations for the right types of conversations that you might be more interested in, even if you didn't know which communities they reside in, right? And so those are all like sort of things that we're thinking about. It's exciting, but we're still in the early days of it yet. Because one of the things that we are very focused on, Laura, is making sure that when we roll this out, we can roll out things with high confidence, where we know it gives the right results and doesn't have sort of some of the unintended consequences that you're seeing right now with uses especially of like generative AI, right? And so we want to be very thoughtful about that and not really like do anything that would mess with the norms of the community or the quality of the conversation that we have today.
Yeah. Yeah, ultimately, the power of Reddit is in the humans. It's in the people. And in as much as we can allow AI, generative AI, to enable that further, community and conversation, I think that that's really our responsibility as a platform to ensure that we remember the human, which is one of our community values.
And it's ultimately about like giving both users and moderators a jetpack and just enabling them to do more of what they want to do, as opposed to trying to like nudge them or steer them in some other direction.
Sure thing.
Yeah.
We're wrapping up here. I would love to go into some predictions that you may have. The landscape is evolving quickly. Reddit is quite dynamic, and it evolves every single day. I see something new on Reddit. What are some of your predictions for the future?
Yeah, I think the audience already heard about how like AI is going to take over the world, and we need to be friends with AIs, etc. So I'm going to stay away from that and keep it more focused to online communities. I think, look, whenever we see any new technology, there's always a question about whether it will dramatically change everything, right? And in many ways, I think AI has an opportunity to shape things in the future, especially in the context of online communities. But I still see a fundamental need for online communities, and I only see online communities thriving more because increasingly we need like that connection with other folks who share our interests. Ultimately, it's about like you care about exotic houseplants.
I do,
and
deeply.
And having that set of folks who also care about that,
it's true,
is absolutely amazing. And I
How
see
do
that
keep a sago palm alive in Seattle?
Yeah, I see that happening. I do see. I mean, that's a tough thing. Having lived in
we can talk about it later.
Having lived in Redmond for a few years, I know it's a tough thing to do. But look, I do believe that in a fundamental way, AI has the opportunity to make things like Reddit more accessible to everyone in the world. Today, if you look at our hundreds of millions of users that we have on Reddit, there's a vast majority of users who are in Asia and Latin America who still don't have Reddit as something that they can take advantage of in their local languages. And so I see online communities expanding more so than ever before. I see this as a moment and a technology that will actually just turbocharge online communities. I also see a much more organized world around training data. Today, it's sort of a little bit of a Wild West out there. I see it just getting more organized, and I see it actually developing into many more niches as well. So for instance, what could like some of you build if you had a curated set of data which was discussions on financial services? What could y'all build if you had a training data set for just discussions on consumer electronic gadgets? What would you do if you could have a set of data on home improvement? Well, guess what? Reddit has all of those. I see like much more curated training data sets being made available, so people can start innovating on them, but do it in the right way, where it's done with the right privacy guardrails.
Yeah.
It's done with the right set of security, and it's done with compensation for all of the folks who provide that data as well. So ultimately, I see a much more democratized world where AI becomes more accessible to everyone, including the technologists, which is all of you who are going to go build the future of AI. And so I see, I'm in that way an AI optimist.
Sounds like you're an optimist here.
Yeah,
I mean, the ecosystem of Reddit is so vast. You mentioned 100,000 communities, 430 million posts, 2.5 billion comments, over 24 billion votes. So I love this imagine if kind of prompt. One thing that I see in my everyday is while it's wildly vast, it's also wildly niche and personal, which makes it so powerful. So what I'm seeing is communities like ADHD use ChatGPT to help organize their thoughts and communication patterns. r/resumes using tips to help make a better first impression. So it's really remarkable to see.
It's awesome.
I'm getting the beeping red dot, so I think that we can close up. But ultimately, I think Reddit will keep evolving. I think AI will keep evolving and coexist to create new opportunities.
Absolutely. Thanks for taking some time with us.
Thank you all. Dropped a pen here.
Thank you both. Really interesting. So we're at a lunch break, so we're going to take an hour for lunch, and then we're back for 2 more sessions before we wrap up the event. Enjoy your lunch. All right. Well, welcome back from the break. We have 2 more sessions before we wrap up. And this next session, we're going to look at how AI is helping in crisis response. So how an insurance company, for instance, could use AI to help them respond better for their customers. And this panel is going to be, or this conversation is going to be moderated by Amanda Lawson from the Responsible AI Institute, as well as Rebecca Woomslery, who's the CIO for Lloyd's of London, not Lloyd's Banking Group.
Hi, everyone. Thank you for joining us. I'm really excited to be joined by Rebecca here and get into our conversation today. It's such a pleasure to meet you in person. Would love if we could just start by telling us a little bit more about yourself. You've had such an incredible journey and career, but if you could just sum it up in a few words for us and tell us a little bit about yourself and the work that you do.
Sure. So fabulous to be here, so thanks for having me. And what's really struck me so far is how many women are here at the conference. Absolutely. So it's absolutely, for a tech conference to have so many females here, it's absolutely fantastic. So yeah, I'm the Chief Information Officer for Lloyd's of London. I've been CIO there for just over 3 years, and we're on quite an incredible journey. I'll talk a little bit about Lloyd's in a moment, but it's quite an old institute in London. But kind of little known facts about me, I guess. I left school when I was 15 years old. I don't have a university or a college education at all. I've had 3 children, and I made CIO in my early 40s. So you can do it, ladies.
Yeah. Yes, absolutely. That's amazing. That's incredible. Just as a woman in tech, as a leader, as a mother, as an advocate for others, it's really incredible to be sitting beside you.
You've made me blush now.
You deserve it. It's incredible. And it is so wonderful to be in good company at this conference, to have diverse voices here. I'd love if you could tell us a little bit more about Lloyd's of London, the work that you do on a day-to-day basis. And Lloyd's is such a huge name for many in the insurance market, the finance market. But if you could add a little more context, especially for many of us Americans here, getting to know that huge name and what it means. Could you talk about that?
Of course. So Lloyd's of London is the largest specialist insurance marketplace in the world. It's called Lloyd's of London. We're kind of over 300 years old, but actually 60% of our business is written in the US. So I do often think there should be a name change to Lloyd's of the USA. We write nearly 50 billion of premium business a year. We have 127 licenses to trade across the globe. So we're truly a global organization. And it equates to a 1.8% GDP in the UK economy. So we're considered pretty much national infrastructure, if you like. So if there were a crisis and the Lloyd's infrastructure was to come down for a period of time, it would cause an issue at a UK level, not just at a company level.
Yeah, that's huge. And with that huge power comes great responsibility, of course. But also as a leader in the London market and beyond, as you said, Lloyd's of US as well. What are you doing at Lloyd's or in your work personally to transform that market in London and beyond?
So we have a huge initiative running, which, if you're familiar with the Lloyd's environment, it's called Blueprint 2, where we are digitalizing the marketplace. So as I just said, we're over 300 years old as an organization. A lot of the behaviors within our marketplace, people like to do business face to face. They're kind of pushing against a little bit a digital end-to-end journey, but we're leading the way. We are launching, we call it Blueprint 2, but it's an end-to-end placement all the way through to faster claims digital journey. Along with that comes a standard data record. So we're adopting the Accord data standards, which is a US-based standard. And so with that, we we're launching brand new digital capabilities to the market. But as I always say, the technology is the easy side of things. It's getting the people alongside to adopt the new ways of working, which in a marketplace like ours is one of the biggest challenges.
Yeah, absolutely. And it can be difficult facing the inertia of trying to get a big mover to do anything, especially if you think about moving a 300-year-old. There's a lot of considerations with that, and the people and the culture as well. So you've talked a little bit about that, but what are the other challenges or considerations in Blueprint 2 and having that huge impact on digitalization specifically?
So a lot of the business that we write, because it's a specialty market, the policies tend not to be on an annual renewal cycle. They can run for many, many years. So a policy can run for multi-years and have a very long claims retention period. So what that means is we have to keep the data relating to those policies for a non-standard period of time. And when I say non-standard, it's because each policy can be reasonably unique. So things like spaceships, footballers' legs, great big construction sites. You've got loads of construction here. I'm sure we're underwriting a lot of the construction that's here happening in Austin right now. They have a long tail on them. So data and data retention is one of the things that is giving us a little bit of a headache.
Yeah, absolutely. And at the Responsible AI Institute, the importance of good data maintenance, documentation is so important.
Yep.
And I imagine that has really shaped across the enterprise, having those good practices. Are there kind of best practices or lessons that y'all have learned in managing that, upgrading as it relates to digitalization, getting with the times and leading the way? What are some lessons that you could share?
It is about taking leadership and saying to your marketplace, this is what we're going to do. The marketplace is so huge that we do consult, and we do consult that, across a wide number of our market participants. But there is a point, you can ask 10 people what they want for lunch, you're going to get 10 different answers, right? So there is a point where we have to say, okay, this is what we're going to do. So it is about taking leadership.
Yeah, absolutely, which Lloyd's has done over the years, it seems like. Maybe you could talk a little bit about some of the firsts that Lloyd's has seen and what you think it is that makes y'all so innovative or pushes people to say, okay, we're going to be the ones that are going to take the reins and lead.
So 1904, we wrote the first motor policy. All the way through to 1999, we had the first cyber policy launched. And then quite recently so we have a lab, the Lloyd's lab, where we incubate fresh ideas and bring new products together and for the London market. And we recently, it was a couple of years ago, but we recently did a product to ensure COVID vaccines get into hard-to-reach places. So those that were delivering the vaccines, the much-needed vaccines across the globe, had the insurance cover that they needed to get to those far-to-reach places. So it's people who think insurance is boring have never kind of worked in this kind of environment.
Yeah, absolutely. That's so important, removing those barriers to that really critical kind of work. Maybe you could talk a little bit more about that potential of AI in crisis response, or kind of what you've seen of the potential of what it can do to scale good work.
Absolutely. So in October last year, we had a small matter of what we thought potentially was going to be a cyber incident. So we had our detection capabilities were telling us over a very, very short space of time that we had a high number of indicators of compromise. An indicator of compromise is something that suggests you might have activity within your network that is cyber related. It did happen very quickly, and our AI capabilities, our detection capabilities were very quickly starting to give us the information that we needed to start to make some decisions. After 36 hours, we decided to take ourselves offline. It's been really well documented. I was astonished that it actually made some of the headlines, front page news headlines over here. Lloyd's of London, suspected cyber attack. taken offline. Our capabilities, our data capabilities and forensics, we worked through very, very quickly and established, okay, we had an infrastructure issue or a small number of infrastructure issues that we call a false positive. I'm sure it's language that everyone in the room's familiar with. And actually, we didn't have a cyber attack. We just had infrastructure that was unstable, but our analytics was giving us the information at the time that said something more sinister was going on. So we had Lloyd's offline from a trading point of view for about 7 days. And then we went into a vast lessons to learn activity. And there were some tweaks needed to our detection, forensics, and response capabilities technically, but actually the majority of the learnings were all about humans and the human response and how we need data, we need really, really good quality data to enable the decisions we're making in that kind of scenario. So high pressure, highly public. Have we actually got a cyber attack on our hands here? But actually, the judgment that's needed from people is the thing that makes the difference. And I don't think AI can take that away in a crisis scenario. I think you're always going to want to use, you need the data for sure, and really good quality data, but the decisions come from the humans.
Absolutely. Yeah, and that's such a great lesson as we're thinking about operationalizing AI, thinking about AI risk or just that worst case fear, security threats, of being ready to go, make that decision, having access to that real-time data so that engineers can, the warning bells going off, the canary in the coal mine. It's really incredible the speed of your response and that you were poised to do that. What do you think made Lloyd's ready to do so? What is it culturally? Do you think that had you set up to have those systems to detect those infrastructure issues, is that something that you've been prioritizing, of course, as a insurance market that 1999, you said it was?
Its first cyber products was 1999.
That's incredible. So what do you think it is? To what do you accredit that proactive thinking?
So it was a first for Lloyd's, and obviously the nature of the organisation that we are, everything we do is highly public. But your question was, what was it culturally that allowed the fast-paced decision-making to happen? So we had a very good crisis management team framework in place, which we were able to execute. We've learned so many lessons, and I can talk about those, but there was a lot of trust in the individuals that were taking part, that were part of the crisis team. So there was a lot of trust, there was a lot of communication, and a lot of awareness that we were taking decisions based on slightly inaccurate data. And that's when trust becomes really important, because you're asking, I'm asking my CEO to endorse taking us offline with slightly imperfect information. So trust was absolutely paramount.
Yes, exactly. And what builds that trust is those good practices, that quality data, clean data that you can rely on, but also those just healthy, robust, it's kind of good hygiene as an organization. I do see flashing up there that code again. So just a reminder to anyone, please feel free to submit questions. We'll be taking those towards the end of that. But yeah, as we keep this conversation going, please feel free to ask questions of Rebecca. But other lessons learned from that moment, or maybe as you're thinking toward the future, what has you excited for that? The capabilities that have improved as a result of this crisis and response, or work that's coming out of the lab that you're just really excited about?
So I think so. Other lessons and so test your crisis response plan over and over again, and use real-time data to do that. Create a scenario that feels real. We did one about 4 weeks ago, and it was so real I was sweating again. It felt so real.
Bringing back the emotions.
Yeah, exactly. Another lesson, which was a surprise to me. So we now have a role called the Chief Care Officer. So for the next time in a crisis, we have Chief Care Officer role established, which is how many hotels need to be booked, has people eaten, do we need to get pizzas ordered in, how are people getting home, because we were all surviving on around about 2 hours sleep a night, thinking about shift patterns for people to work. So Chief Care Officer was an absolutely critical gap in our plan that we've now plugged. And this is the point, right? It's all about people. This, you know, we can't replace the people in this situation.
Absolutely. That's a great note, and I think it's a theme that's coming up in our conversations of when we're thinking about AI, we're thinking about technology, even the data, it's all about the people, it's all about humans, and at the Responsible AI Institute, we think of responsible in terms of the impact on people and the planet, but thinking about that human in the loop, when there's an AI system and there's important decisioning, having the human in the loop, human there to advise is just kind of the gold standard, so it's great to hear that being present at Lloyd's. We have a little bit of time for questions, but I did want to hear a little bit more about the crisis response framework, maybe how you developed that, what those conversations came together and looked like, if there are principles that you relied on, like industry frameworks. If you could just talk a little bit more about the principles and thought behind that.
Sure. So I mean, I think so. From a so we use the NIST framework to measure our maturity. That was an established framework that was in place, but we've got a lot of focus in terms of raising our maturity on that scale at the moment. And then from a crisis response, as I said, it's about regular testing, roles and responsibilities being really clear, having the right partners in place with the right tools and the right tooling that can give you the absolute most up-to-date forensic information at any given moment. Absolutely crucial. So we have made some changes in that area.
Yeah, that's exciting. Yes, if there's anyone from NIST here, you have fans on the stage and in the audience of the NIST AI risk management framework. It's a great set of principles for thinking about that, for thinking about risk and proactivity. I see some questions coming in. Perhaps we could talk about opportunities in the insurance industry. I think it gets at that question of what you're excited about in AI or just technology generally, generative AI. There's so many questions coming in. I think we have time for maybe just one.
So I think when we think about it, it's a big data problem, or it's a big data opportunity. That's the opportunity, and we see that. And I've given you a little bit of the history of kind of the age of the organization, the unique challenge that we have. So we're not underwriting red cars and black cars, and establishing which one's most likely to have an accident, which is where AI really does start to get exciting for those where there's real big patterns of behavior. So Lloyd's is in quite a unique, we have a unique problem to solve. And what's exciting about that is it is a unique problem to solve, and we're on the journey looking to try and resolve that from a claims, from a processing point of view. But we are fairly unique.
Yeah, and that's exciting. I think when identifying the problems and challenges, it's about asking those right questions. And
it's going to be a hard problem to solve, and that's motivating, right?
Absolutely. But if you have the right people in place, and especially as y'all have done, I think it's really been an example of leadership and that quick response, thinking about the impact, and doing so responsibly. So if you have
it's quite an unusual situation to take a firm offline and get back within 7 days and have no material harm on customers. So I'm very proud of my team.
Absolutely, especially with such a big impact and big organization. It's incredible.
Yeah.
Well, thank you so much, Rebecca, for speaking with us, for talking about this. I would love to keep the conversation going, but we'll keep it moving. And thank you again for the insights that you shared.
Thank you for having me.
Thank you very much, Rebecca and Amanda. The insights from business were really great, but the personal story was phenomenal. Really appreciate you and what you've done and what you've gone through. So next up for our last session of this event, we're going to talk about how do you use data to build ethical and transparent AI for building trust of the humans that you interact with. I reframed it a little bit, but And to do this, we're going to have Eric Hirschson, the Chief Data Officer from Bank of New York Mellon, Teza, I'm sorry, I'm not going to try and butcher your last name, the Chief Information Security Officer from ChargePoint, Raj, the President of Data Services from MasterCard, and Sears, the Head of Enterprise Technology from Mass Mutual. And it's going to be moderated by Oksana, again, from Sputnik ATX. Why don't you guys come on up?
Here we go. So first of all, thank you for sticking and being present at the very last panel of this amazing conference. As a reward, as someone who's from Austin, I'm going to share some awesome tricks for the Austin airport, like what you could do and eat there, so that before you catch your flight. I think we left one of the most important dialogues for last, because we've talked a little bit about what we do with AI. We talked a lot about what happens within AI. I think this panel will happen a lot with for whom we are doing that. I think at the core of the dialogue, let's not forget that at the center of AI is we are co-creating whatever we're discovering with the consumers we're serving. And I think it's a total treat because on stage with me, this dialogue is going to be fun and easy and insightful because I have deep thinkers, proven leaders that are also fun and easy to talk to. So I think you're going to enjoy this. It's going to be super fun. And let me kick it off by, there is always a tug of war. And in this case, what is the tug of war? What is the conflict you see? Convenience of personalization versus a loss of privacy. Like, I want just to kick it off. Like, what do you see in your organization as how this manifests itself?
You know, I'm happy to go first. So to me, it's not a tug of war. It is both.
Yeah.
Right? As a consumer, I want personalization. I want value propositions. I want experiences. But at the same time, I also want privacy. I want security. I want to control my data. So we don't think of it as a tug of war. We think of it as, you know, two conditions that must also be valid together. You have to innovate and you have to create and do things, but you have to do it in a responsible way, a principled way. Trust is important. Yeah. So it's both.
Yeah. So it's always
an and. It's not a versus.
It's an and. It's an and.
It's an and.
Yeah. Okay. I get it.
Yeah, I can go next. And the way I see it, you know, very close to personalization is great. How much am I willing to trade off my privacy for that? What I see definitely happening is the role of data aggregators and data brokers in the future. When you swipe your card, every data aggregator out there knows that how much are they going to use it to personalize products or information for you. There's definitely, you know, I bring in my paranoia as a CISO, of course, to this conversation, so it'll be interesting.
You know, just to add to that, you talked about trust. You know, for us, you know, we're a massive custodian, $45 trillion of assets under custody, and it's a slightly different model for us. We try and establish what trust is with our clients at inception when we start to do business with them and what they're comfortable with. Some of our customers want us to look at information through the business they do with us, and others prefer that we don't. And we're very clear about whose data is whom and what we're allowed belongs to whom and what we're allowed to do with it. And you know, that kind of has a certain characteristic of us being able to you know, process information and give it back to our customers to make them better operators. So it's a slightly different lens for us because we can't, you know, if you're Twitter, right? When you clicked on the button, it said Twitter owns all the information you have. When you're Bank of New York Mellon, it's very, very deliberate what information is ours, what information are our customers, and which information we share. So getting that personalization versus privacy thing correct is the lifeblood of the company.
Yeah, I think to round things out, I'd echo a lot of the comments. Actually, you just said, as a life insurance company that's been around for nearly 175 years, trust is at the core of what we do. And it's what consumers and policyholders really expect of a firm like ours. So we think about it in terms of first preserving and winning trust from new policyholders,
certainly respecting privacy. And then I think after we felt like we've satisfied those from a policyholder perspective, we'll start to think about personalization in the context of a financial plan and long-term planning for protection.
Great answers, thank you. And yet, I think just to kind of keep this conversation, when you ask consumers right now, and I think we are just at the very beginning in prepping for the CDP.com is a study, more than 80% of consumers are concerned about companies mismanaging their data as they deploy AI. So one thing is to do the right things, and other things is to have the right structure of the checks and balances and communicate it clearly to your consumers. Could we talk a little bit about how that manifests itself?
Yeah, I can maybe go first here. I think you hit the nail on the head. There is a lot of concern, and I think it's certainly warranted as a consumer myself, and I'm sure as the audience feels similarly. Checks and balances are important. I think robust governance, right, making sure everybody that's going to use, whether it's data or AI, understands really clearly what are the conditions by which I can use this type of information or use a particular algorithm to deliver an outcome for a customer is really important. Monitoring systems to make sure that once that framework and decision-making framework has been created can actually be tracked through time, and you can take corrective actions where you need it is another big one for us.
Yeah. You know, I would agree with what you said. We approach it from a principle-oriented way. It's principles, controls, and governance, as I think about it. So we're all consumers. So we have consumer data principles where, as a consumer, I should own my data, I should control it, I should decide who I give it to, and then whoever I give it to needs to respect that and make sure they maintain privacy and security. So our data responsibility principles govern a lot of what we do. Mm-hmm. And then in our controls and governance, I think you said some of this too, we have things that are similar where we train our data scientists to think about the use cases, make sure they're human-centric, they're reasonable, make sure that we have testing of models as they built, as they introduced over time for drift, for bias, et cetera. We have, an AI council that monitors a lot of this and puts all the policies and procedures around it, and is also a sort of a decision-making body when there's a conflict. And by the way, it has our CISO, it has our chief privacy officer on it, our chief data officer on it, as well as our head of AI. Mm-hmm. So you really need to be principled, and even our product development processes. We think about privacy by design, security by design, data minimization. Mm-hmm. It should only use the data it needs. Mm-hmm. So all of these principles, controls, governance is what gives you the confidence, a greater level of confidence that you're innovating in the right way.
I love that we have a very similar concept of an AI council, and whether it's legal representation, ethical, CDO, head of engineering, and we've tried to be a very similar kind of thought process about being very deliberate. And even when we think about where the data is going to reside, some of our customers have a value system that says we want it to reside in this jurisdiction, or maybe there's legal issues around particular jurisdictions. And once you get that data set, the metadata around the information you want to model in place, you've then given those councils or whatever construct you use, you give them guardrails. And so they can act on decisions instead of acting on foundational concepts. So we've codified the foundational concepts. Where's the information? What's our ethics framework? What are our policies and governance models? And then we let that group disposition priorities for the enterprise and for our customers. So it feels like it's a very, very similar overlay. We've actually exposed a lot of that workings to our customers, because we want them actually to commission AI work for us. So, we're doing things for ourselves, predictive analytics, but then we have customers who come and say, hey, can you please profile some information, and can you predict the next trade that's going to fail? Or, what would happen under given economic scenarios? So it's a very similar process, I think.
Yeah, just to close it off, the way ChargePoint works is we are part of the transportation infrastructure. So for us, there's definitely this aspect of how do we make sure the consumer is aware that when they show up with their electric vehicle at the station, the charger is actually working. And this could be across any charging network. They could be using us, they could be using somebody else, primarily using their vehicles, right? So it's not just parts of what others have highlighted. We have an internal council, but also kind of elevating there where we have our ecosystem of partners be part of it is very important. That's where the standardization is critical for us, where everybody says, this is how we're going to transmit the data. This is how we're going to be predictively telling you whether this is working or not. We don't want somebody stuck on I-5 with no battery or something like that. So definitely there's a lot of work that AI can do in terms of delivering better consumer services.
Mm-hmm. Like one of the ways to make consumers be less suspicious of how you use AI is immediately put the data in AI to serve their business well. So I want to direct it to Raj, but obviously ask everyone else to comment, because I know from lots of reading experience, MasterCard is a total category leader in right away placing the data at the fingertips of their customers so that they could use the data to make better business decisions. Tell us more about that, please.
Yeah, so thank you, by the way, for the recognition. Appreciate that. We have AI and data-driven solutions embedded across the firm in a lot of what we do. So I'll start with, MasterCard is a network, right? We complete payments transactions. And if you think about it, we switch about 125 billion transactions a year. So and we do it in real time. So when you use a card and you tap it or swipe it or, or insert it in contactless, whatever you use, instantaneously you're able to make that purchase. Now, as soon as you think about that, you have to also remember that you have to control fraud. So we've deployed AI into our network. And I think over the last 3 years, we've stopped about $35 billion of fraud. So it starts there. And then it goes into, we're a B2B2C business. So we work with customers to help them run their businesses using smarter decisions, better outcomes, and also engage better with their consumers. So there we have a variety of different solutions, all of which have AI embedded in them. So things like, examples would be, we work with customers and their portfolios to find insights, actions in real time. We help, whether it's a retailer or a bank, figure out, how do you optimize your branch network? Where do how do you evolve it? How do you transform it, make it digital and physical? How do you do staffing models? Offers that you might tee up, whether that's an offer to buy something, a discount, how do you do it in a way that it's really valuable to a consumer, but at the same time, it creates value for the customer, right? And in doing that, there's AI that we use with our customers to do things like the ability to forecast, because forecast accuracy in all our businesses, in every industry sector is important, or scoring suppliers for risk, understanding where the embedded risks are in terms of, whether it's environmental or modern slavery, or do they pay their small businesses on time. So we have a variety of different products. Two examples. One is test and learn that does massively parallel experimentation. So you can quickly double down and get to the one that works. But in doing that, you've got to make sure there's no bias. And there's a lot of AI embedded in the testing and the bias. Dynamic Yield, which is a personalization platform we have, where you can actually tailor to an individual, but in a privacy and security protected way, again, using a lot of AI. But at the end of the day, the way I'll summarize it is by saying we've talked about AI across all of MasterCard. But at the end of the day, it's the hundreds of data scientists we have globally, the hundreds of engineers we have globally that work on this. It's the humans that matter. Because coming back to our earlier conversation, they're the ones that have to build these things and innovate. And with the guardrails, with the governance, et cetera, make it happen. And so it really comes down to it's human-centric at the end of the day.
Anything to add from the panel in terms of what you see in your companies?
I don't know that I could add to that. I mean, that was great.
Yeah. I want to tag along the bias, because I think MasterCard and bias, I think all again, I started with Raj, because I came across this terrific article, unfortunately, it was very short, but very surprising, where MasterCard actually uses a game to eliminate bias in hiring, the very data scientists and probably a lot of other people. Could you tell us more? That's actually very wicked and innovative, like play a game to get hired. How cool is that?
So we use AI across a lot of our functions, right? And bias testing is something we believe in inclusion fundamentally. So making sure we take bias out of everything is important. And so the one you're talking about is in recruiting. We also have it, for example, we have a platform called Unlocked for roles and for short-term projects. So employees can be exposed to a project or apply for a different role. And why is that important? Because normally, talking about bias and equity, right? You tapped on the shoulder, or somebody comes and asks you to do something. This is a platform where we tee up all the opportunities. They're publicly listed. But it also tees up things that I should probably be thinking about doing and tees it up to me as an option, which means we're encouraging. It's more, it's more inclusive in teeing up opportunities to employees. We also work with partners on biases and bias testing. So a good example would be we work with Howard University, and there the focus is on AI-driven credit risk modeling. How do you remove racial bias? How do you make sure you minimize it or ideally remove it as best as you can? So there's a lot that we do across. It's not just in the products and services and serving our customers, but also in what we do within MasterCard and what we do in our, we're a company that does well and does good. So what do we do in terms of impacting the world around us?
Seriously, I want to have you comment on that as well, and maybe from the perspective of, like, models are just good as the data that comes in, and like this dialogue is about the data. And so when you're dealing with people, I might go out, maybe not. When you deal with the people that may have been traditionally missed or yet not as deeply engaged with an industry like insurance industry, like how do you not discriminate against them inadvertently because the model is flawed or the data the model draws in is flawed?
Yeah, I think that this is a big question, and certainly one that's been important and continues to be very important to MassMutual as we deploy these kinds of capabilities. I always go back to you do need a pretty consistent and structured set of processes and governance frameworks to drive consistent decision making at scale, across a large enterprise. So whether that's having a really consistent model development life cycle, whether you're going to develop a model internally or use a third party, having a step-by-step process where you deliberately investigate those questions and make strategic decisions around whether or not you can correct them, whether or not you can tolerate them, and ultimately figure out if you want to move forward. So applying that kind of thinking when you're developing these systems, particularly when you're investigating the data sets that you're going to use to actually build these things out is a big one. And then I think more importantly, right, the world changes. So what might be a bias today and something that was corrected as part of the process might turn into something new in the future. So you do need some pretty careful monitoring processes in place. Those can be automated with some measurable outcomes. You can put those into a framework. And then I also think in an industry like ours, we do practice things like random holdouts. Right, so we'll actually randomly sample from decisions that we're making in an automated AI perspective and actually go back and do a retro and make sure that to the extent that we're concerned about bias or consistency in decision making, we're actually going back and measuring for that and retraining models and things.
That feels like a very good old world tool to control the hallucination and other things that the models, as they're learning, they're still in their nascency, so they're going to make mistakes. Very interesting. Teza, I want to lead this question with you because one of the reasons consumers are leery of what AI could do, we all have read about the massive data leaks and what that done to the exposure of privacy, and like literally not a quarter goes by where one of the companies is being caught in the middle of this scandal. With AI, obviously, there are a lot more connections. There's a lot more liability. Plus, the bad guys are really adept at using AI as well to break into the system. So given your role, what are the top 5 concerns you have?
So something that I've, phishing is one of the easiest things to do in cybersecurity. All you have to do is send out, I'm the Prince of Nigeria for a long time, and somebody is going to click on that link, and you're going to that's your payday. AI, some of the newer phishing attacks that we're seeing is way beyond that basic levels. They customize it. They know your background. They know your family. They know the folks that you work with, and they can kind of tune it to make it sound very legit. And they do this not by directly, hacking your system, but they would hack a small vendor that you work with, who's probably based out of some other country, right? So they have. That's been very interesting. I think we'll see a massive increase in some of that AI-generated phishing. This could be through phone calls that you receive, voicemails, emails. So that's going to be interesting. For sure.
Villains are customizing just as the good guys are.
Yes, it's going to be like the marketing. So it's that is something that definitely worries me. The second piece is historically here, my previous organizations, where data was there, but it was still coveted, where data scientists would work on a lot of this. Now I have my account exec who would paste a Word document into a tool to summarize it for them, right? So there's definitely that sphere of how the data, everybody has this tool, which is awesome, which is great, but how it can be exploited, or you're opening up new doors to be exploited. So that definitely is something that we're wary of. You could do it on your phone, on any kind of compute device that you have. So it's definitely an interesting space to look at.
Very interesting answer. Any additions, concerns that you guys see that your organizations are grappling with as it relates to security of the data?
I think just to feed off of Tessa's comment, I think one of the coastlines of risk we see is third-party risk. And we spend a lot of time making sure that our vendors and their vendors have the same value system that we have. Because you can be really good at what you can see, but if you just rely on all the partners that many of us know and love, and you don't investigate what partners they use and so on and so forth, you've got vulnerabilities there. So we spend a lot of time on third-party risk.
Yeah, third-party risk, that's a great point. One of the things that I personally always confused about, English is not my first language, to understanding legalese and the formalese and the fine print that comes and accompanies a lot of the use of the financial services is still mind-boggling to me. I pick lawyers not by just how good they are, but how clear they are, as in can they speak in English and not legalese. And I could only imagine how difficult it is for average consumer as the complexity increases and we add more pages of fine print. What can be done better to provide more clarity to people in a plainer and maybe simpler words as to what's happening with their data?
Yeah, I think straightforward, transparent communication around the conditions by which the data that somebody is going to give us is going to be used, and how that's going to influence their experience is really important. And I think as things get more complex, supplementing transparent communication with digital tools and things that enable somebody to interpret how some of these things impact their outcomes, right, and their ability to get different kinds of products and experiences are another thing that we've explored and had some pretty good success with.
Yeah, and I would say definitely, it starts with what we do within each of our companies. So their transparency, being clear, being principled is very important. So I would agree with that. And I'd say the other dimension is externally advocating, advocacy work as well as compliance with I'm talking about policymakers, regulators that are trying to make sure that the ecosystem complies. It's not just the individual companies that have the right values and the right principles, but all the participants comply. So also thinking through that and working with them and then adhering to the standards that are set, I think is important.
I think also along with that, our drive to automate, if you think about any of us as large multinationals, we write thousands of contracts a day, a month, a year, whatever your metric is. And, historically, those have been snowflakes. Contracts are negotiated by human beings, and we like to customize language, and you could go into that for an hour. We found that a lot of what we need to do going forward is eliminate snowflakes, is come up with standard clauses that our customers are comfortable with, and also give us automated ways to govern the information based on those standard clauses. So we see kind of not longer contracts going forward. We see more standardization, and then our ability to implement the products and services within those contracts in a governed way based on that standardization. And that's something that's somewhat freeing, because if you think of the legacy of what we have, whether it's PDFs or boxes of paper in a warehouse or something, a lot of us have these long-standing agreements. We've all been in business for decades, if not longer. And those snowflakes are risks. And so on a go-forward basis, standardizing how we think about things, how we communicate, and how we govern, we think is an amazing operational efficiency for ourselves and our customers.
Yeah, Absolutely. I'm going to stick with Eric because I think you mentioned something really interesting, kind of anchoring in BNY values, and Raj also talked about when you navigate a changing world, it is always a really great idea to stick to what are your values, what are the ultimate mission, what's at the core of your organization. So if you could maybe share how you've translated that value of trust into how you even configure your data sets and where AI operates and how it gets to operate, that I think was fascinating and very transferable to me. So if you could share that.
So thanks for the question. I think, as I mentioned, I think trust is our primary equation with our customers, and so is truth. So, in some of the conversations that we've seen over the last couple of days, hallucinations and things, we're looking more at predictive analytics, things that we think are risk reducing to how the world around us is operating in ways that will be helpful to our customers and how they do business. So, when we think about that, we think about, clean data sets, making sure we know whose data it is, making sure we know what kind of models we're running, but really leaning in on making sure we're looking at things like predictive analytics, automation of manual processes, where we see a lot of what we can bring AI to are the things that we haven't automated in the past. And so we see some great efficiencies there. Document processing, understanding those legacy documents we have, and using them to springboard into a more operationally efficient world. So that's been really, really well received for the way we operate. And the concept of truth, is something that we're also really focused on. So if you think about biased and drift and skew and things, we want to make sure that the advice that we're giving our customers or the information we're giving them back, there's no drift in that, kind of from a human perspective, not from a math perspective. So that kind of governs a little bit. I remember, I think it was Chitin who said yesterday, the blast radius is no negative customer impact. And that's a sentiment that we echo, and that comes up in our AI councils all the time. And that's also why we bring our customers into the conversation, because we want them as our business partners in the models we develop.
Very interesting. Anything to add from the panelists? How do you convey your company's values into how the AI is being deployed?
I can add to it a little bit. From the industry where I work, electric vehicles today are 4%. That's the penetration of electric vehicles, which has grown 4x over the last 3-4 years, right? And it's significantly accelerating in this decade, right? Where we expect the penetration to be 25% by the end of this decade. So how you build a charging network is extremely important. Who gets access to it? What zip codes are we setting these charging networks into? Because federally, we're going to spend $8 billion into building this whole infrastructure across the United States. And it's, going back to our values of making charging accessible to everyone is kind of, we tied back to make sure it's spread in a way across United States.
We have food deserts, adding charging deserts to it, right?
Exactly. Like how do we kind of integrate that into the societies in a more effective manner? That's irrespective of the zip codes or the vehicle buying patterns, things like that. How do we make it more equitable across? That has been one of our core metrics.
Yeah, and I think we're in a unique time right now, and I think MassMutual's a unique business in that it's actually owned by its customers and its policyholders. So we have a really organic, natural way of having a value system that's aligned with doing what's right for the people that are relying on us for their futures. And that permeates everything that we do, whether it's thinking about acquiring a data set, building a model, creating a digital experience. It goes well beyond just AI at this point. But I do think it is really important, particularly when you're kind of out at the edge of what's possible, right? With all these new things happening, relying on your values where there aren't clear-cut rules or straightforward ways in which to make decisions are a good form of guidance.
Yeah, and I would say it's very similar to my fellow panelists, because the values have to be articulated in clear ways, both to everyone who works at the company as well as to all your customers and to the world, right? Yeah. So I mentioned our data responsibility principles before. So to be very principled, to talk about transparency, responsibility, trust, what it means, who owns the data, how do you think about data, how do you think about your product development processes. All of these things, being principled about it is how we reinforce the values.
Yep. Great. This is such a fun conversation. And we are moving toward the end of it. Before we get to questions, I want to ask, because I'm talking and we are hearing from a group of AI experts, people who are deploying this, and it's interesting to me, what surprised you the most about how AI showed up in your personal and professional life? So we've talked about what it does to your company. What does it do to you when you show up at work or you show up at home, given everything you know?
So it's not new, right? It's been around for a long time. I mean, I think back when I was in graduate school many years ago, we were playing with neural networks and things like that. It's just evolved in terms of when you think about where computing has gone. And
it wasn't as convenient, and very few people could play with the neural network.
A long time ago, yeah. Right? But when you think about data quality, which some of the other folks talked about, when you think about it has evolved to a point where it's much more pervasive. Yeah. But it's been around a very long time in different forms or fashion. Mm-hmm. And so I think many of us have been working with it at work for a long time. And it's been components, whether it's visible or not, it's components of what you use and do. Yeah. It's pervasive in your personal life as well. Yeah. Right.
I think for us, it's starting to change our day. We start to come in certain sectors and start to see anomaly detection models that have fired off that said, overnight we're used to seeing 600 million things happen, and a certain subset of those happened a little differently last night. Mm-hmm. Your deposit balance has moved or something more than its historic norm. Mm-hmm. And instead of having people dive into reams and reams of information, it's become more automated targeting systems, not to tell you what's wrong, but to tell you where to look. Yeah. And that's been really helpful. I think we've also used it to horizon scan, right? And start to say, well, you see various stress in financial markets. Well, we know what happened with an SVB or a Credit Suisse, but what are the secondary and tertiary effects? What have we seen in the past when something like that has happened? Sure, you know the first name, but what about the customers that you have that relied on the people that relied on the people that had an issue? Mm-hmm. And so, coming into work, we're starting to see more and more, how do you start your day? Let's go look at what happened last night and make sure it's not going to bite us, or we have some information that could be helping our clients. We make sure we get it to them efficiently. Mm-hmm. So that's
very interesting.
Yeah, I think for me, one of the really fascinating things that's unique about where we are right now is really the confluence of all the different primitives that have been available in the past, but I would say not to the degree or the scale that they are now, right? We just heard Reddit say, hey, we have the world's most high quality, finely tuned natural language set of data that anyone's ever seen. That didn't exist, yep. Right? Mm-hmm. Many years ago. Similarly, we've got, I think, a mindset in the consumer that's very digital first. So there's a willingness to use these kinds of tools in their everyday life. And historically, you wouldn't see that, right? In industries like financial services or healthcare or some of these other things where the cost of, getting it wrong is very high. So the fact that all of those things now are coming together and you've got a mindset that's focused on adopting these capabilities and using them the right way, I think tells me we've got a lot in store and a lot of change coming in the near term.
And I would agree with that. I would also say it's accelerating. Yeah. The pace of change is accelerating, which is exciting in terms of what it unlocks in terms of potential. But at the same time, it also means that you have to think extra hard about security, like you were talking about, extra hard about, biases and unforeseen impacts. Yeah. But the pace of change is accelerating. It is interesting.
And you need to kind of change your workforce around those changes, right? Yeah. Right. I mean, we're seeing a lot of transformation of workforces and also moving the bar. Just because we can run an experiment, what's the outcome? There's so many interesting ideas out there. And if you don't put them through that lens of what the outcome is, sometimes you get lost in the interesting in place of the important.
Yeah. So true. I guess we are moving to questions because we have a few minutes left. So very fascinating question. So synthetic data, do we use it for anything? If so, what's the safe use case? That's a very cool question, very nerdy. Who wants to tackle that?
Sure. So yes, we do look at synthetic data. Can't talk to you about all the use cases, but for example, one of them that we can talk to is we use it to train fraud models, as an example, where sometimes you can't train it on the actual data, but you can use a synthetic data set to train it.
Very cool.
We use synthetic data when we're trying to help some of our clients, and we want to show them an analysis about how something in the financial markets may impact them. We're not entitled to use their data in some cases. We don't want to, so we take synthetic portfolios and show them the impact, and then let them draw the conclusion about whether they want to contribute their information to that model. We have a very much of an opt-in approach to doing those types of analyses.
Yeah, we do similar things from a use case perspective. We also use synthetic data to kind of test edge cases, right, and just kind of validate quality and decision making under instances that you probably wouldn't see at a high frequency in the real world, but you obviously want some insurance that you're going to be able to deal with those consistently and safely.
A large part of our customer base are trying to electrify, like they were historically in gas vehicles moving to electrification. So we kind of do a lot of modeling around what are the driving patterns. For example, electric school bus is used 2 hours in the whole day. It's just sitting in the garage. Beyond that, so we use a lot of synthetic data to predict where the infrastructure should be laid, what is the right use of their dollars or the grant money for the future. So definitely a lot of synthetic data is amazing. That's why,
The other question, we tackled it a little bit, but I think it's maybe worth going deeper. How do you avoid bias when profiling a customer, and what metrics should be tested?
Good question. I think for us, actually, there's maybe a meta question here, which is, what's the definition of bias, actually, in this particular question? Because arguably, there's certain instances where you want bias, right, towards a particular outcome. So we look at those things on a case-by-case basis, particularly use case-by-use case basis. And where certain types of bias, right, disparate impact, for example, is a great one where we care deeply about that, right? We'll make sure that we have the appropriate kinds of measures in place to figure out whether that's a risk that we're exposed to.
Very cool. And I think we're almost out of time to keep people fetching the planes correctly. Thank you guys so much. As promised, my 2 tips, Austin Airport actually has spectacular food. Some of our best, most famous restaurants have really great outposts, right post security. So I'm going to give you 2 tips. The first is my personal favorite, which is a Salt Lake barbecue. Not only going to have fantastic barbecue that you don't have to travel to the suburbs of Austin, though it's actually highly recommended when you have a chance to do that. You could have a great barbecue there, but also you could take a brisket that will elegantly wrap for you, and you could take it home and treat your loved ones. If you're in the mood for tacos, peach tortilla, which is a fantastic fusion between Asian and Mexican, is also there, and it always surprises me. Those are my 2 personal favorites. And so safe travels, and come back to Austin. This had been a spectacular time. It was a treat to be your last panel. Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you all very much. What a great way to wrap up the couple of days. So thank you very much for participating and sharing your insights. And thank all the panelists and all the speakers and presenters for their time today. I think we had some really great conversations from a diverse group of not just industries, but we saw industry, we saw academics, we saw nonprofits, we saw standards bodies, we saw industries. It was like anything any perspective was brought here. Not only that, it was very intentionally diverse. And so if you noticed, a very good diverse group of industries, but also personalities and people. And I think there's a few, I can sum up the conference in 5 key areas, right? So one is, AI strategy is business strategy. The second is AI regulation is slow, but it's needed. The third is AI standards and conformity assessments are required to kind of bridge the gap and help companies know what they're doing and how they're doing it well. Fourth, guardrails are important. We have to have guardrails until we get adequate controls and regulations. And finally, diversity needs to be intentional, and we all need to think about that. And that final one is probably the most important one. With that, I want to thank Olivia and Jasmine and the whole Reuters team for a flawlessly executed conference, both digitally and locally. So thank you very much. Appreciate the opportunity.
Well, that is it. What an incredible 2 days we've had. Together, as Seth said, we've tackled some of AI's biggest questions, challenges, we've shared our fears, and also excitement about the endless AI-enabled possibilities that are in front of us. As we're all aware, we are stood at AI's defining moment, and at a point of mass adoption and acceleration, having these conversations and uniting across industry is the only way that we'll be able to harness AI's transformative power responsibly. The Reuters Momentum community that we've built, those of you who have sat in front of me, and to the millions of you who have tuned in around the world, is an energized community and one which has the power to drive the responsible AI movement forward at pace. As mentioned yesterday, this event has been in the works for about 9 months, and so I have a lot of people to thank, so please bear with me. First of all, thank you to our speakers for giving up their time, lending their expertise and thought leadership. The discussions, I'm sure you'll agree, have been truly inspiring. To our sponsors, Protect AI, Entra, PlanView Single Store, and Howdy.com, thank you for your support in making this event possible. To our attendees, thank you so much for being engaged, creating such an amazing buzz on site. I think yesterday's Women in Tech breakfast with Wonder Woman Tech and our technology town hall were some of my personal highlights, and it's great to feel the energy throughout the venue. To Seth, thank you so much for being an incredible chair and helping to bring our vision to life. To AV, who are sat at the back, thank you for all of your tech support. It's definitely not my forte, so I really appreciate all of your help. And finally, to the Reuters events team for their continued support and guidance over the past 9 months. A special shout out to Sam, Jenna, Lou, Jasmine, and James for all of your time and effort. I'm extremely grateful. The AI conversation is an ongoing one, and we're only just getting started. We'll be continuing the conversation at our AI stage at our flagship Reuters Next, which is taking place the 8th to 9th of November in New York. So if you have any queries or you want any further information, please check out the Reuters Next website or reach out to me with any inquiries. I wish you all a very safe journey home and look forward to seeing you again next year. Thank you. Goodbye.